Hello, everybody! We are here for the Division 2 Grand Finals. Four Nations brought to you by the UKEL. I am Brackish Brit, and for the first time in quite some time, out from under the camera, Zoe, Casual Cutie,
Oh my
is
god.
here.
Oh my god. It's been must be like a year since I've cast. I've been in the back end for so long. It's quite strange to actually be in front of the camera for once.
Uh, Fantastic to have you. And, who better for us to possibly have for this than the person who's basically been obliged to watch every single game throughout the playoffs?
Yeah, I've watched about
I
7 games of Rise back to back, and I guess we're gonna get at least 3 more tonight because reminder it's a best of 5 tonight. Best of 5 in this grand final between Rise and Emirates.
I mean, let's talk about Rise first and foremost.
Oh.
Then, since you've mentioned that you've seen so much, they've done the full lower bracket run. They
Yeah, they
have
have.
clawed their entire way up to this grand final, and a lot of times people might write off the lower bracket team, but going through that many games back to back to back, that many reps can do wonders for a team's cohesion, for a team's momentum, for a team's morale.
And more than that, I'd say for a team's reputation, right? And that's something that's so important when it comes to Rise. This team, well, one person in particular from Rise, let's be honest.
We'll get to him in a
We'll
moment.
get to him in a moment. Get to him in a moment. But this team in general has had sort of a meteoric rise, right? They've been here since, I believe, open qualifiers for when the UKL started back up again. I think I streamed a few of their games actually in the OQs back then. But they've been around. They've been trying to get through to Div 1 for that long. Honestly, respectable for sticking with it, right? Really, really impressive. A lot of history on this roster. And they've obviously made such a name for themselves with this low bracket run.
Definitely. And if they were to complete the lower sweep, then yeah, going towards potential promotion to Division 1, that gives them some weight, as you say, if they make their way up. Conversely, of course, however, Emirates have made it to the grand final also. They, some might classify it as them having the easier road. And sure, they had to play fewer games, but the games they played and the games they won especially were pretty damn clean.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a lot of names you might recognize on this Emirates roster, right? You got Cold Roads, you got Maru, you got Zephyr, Bum Clean as well. A lot of history here. Ooh, and I think, yes, we do. Thank you, production, me, for throwing up this nice graphic. Yeah, just having a look at these two rosters, right? A lot of really strong names across both of them when you take a step back.
Some of these champions are not like the others.
I mean, well, actually, only one of these teams is going to be champions, Bragg. So,
No, it's true. Very true.
Very true, very true.
But looking across these rosters, I think looking at what we see here, I'd be more worried to fight against some of them than others, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of threatening faces
Rengar
here.
Pike.
Rengar Pike. Ooh, I don't know how you say this, but Ryan Gosling. I don't know if you're able to catch the game, and even if I assume you were, but for the benefit of the viewers as well. Previous game, best of 5, Rise up against 200 Bandits, went the full distance, and in all 3 games, Ryan Gosling put on a stellar performance. I don't want to say putting the team on the back. That's a little bit disingenuous, but absolute masterclass from this Rise jungler.
Quite a lot of I talk about momentum maybe a little bit too much, but quite a lot of the momentum of a team is focused in the jungle position as well. So Ryan Gosling doing well means that the rest of the team can play more aggressively, can play with less fear of being caught in a disadvantageous position, because they know Ryan Gosling kind of will always have their back unless they're doing something really, really stupid. And especially looking towards the mid lane, Xiaomei has definitely known that his jungler has had his back time and time and time again.
Oh, well, it's a good thing he does, because Xiaomei, a lot of people have had Xiaomei's front, if I'm honest. This guy, you might see him in chat, you might know him on Discord, Teddy Appa, certainly lives up to his name, right? It was a real point of focus, actually, for the 200 Bandits in their previous series. Went down a little bit in lane. Honestly, it just puts out a massive taunt against whoever he goes up against, right? And maybe against even some of the management sometimes. Gets on my nerves a little bit sometimes. I think that's undeniable, but I actually respect it so much. We need more people with an actual personality. Well, that much of a personality playing in this league, I think.
And I'm trying to remember what specific game W and I covered of Rises, but we were talking about looking to see Xiaomei actually, step up to match some of the boasts he's made in the past. It turns out that when you've got a global taunt, it's not so much about necessarily playing a 1v9 performance, because it's quite difficult to do that when you're getting hard focused. It is losing graciously, it's letting your team find their advantages elsewhere. And I'm not necessarily as much of the opinion that Emrys will hard focus, especially not as much as 200 Bandits really tried to put Xiaomei down. I think in this situation, especially if they're confident enough in the mid lane matchup, that they could potentially look to focus elsewhere and just be confident that mid lane is going to go at least fine for them.
But give me a second. I'm pulling double duty tonight. You might have noticed. I did mention. We should be getting into draft in just a couple of minutes, and looking towards power picks on this patch. Right, we talked a little bit about it in the pre-show.
Warwick.
Oh, look, we're into draft right now. Bring this in. Warwick, very very strong on
There's
the patch.
5 bans. There's only 5 bans in the first rotation. Warwick needs to go.
Warwick definitely does.
I feel like Emrys just has to ban Warwick. This champion is utterly gross, completely disgusting. I almost, before you corrected me, was going to be like, oh, 2 bans are going to be dedicated to Warwick Victor. Turns out Victor is disabled for this match. Fair enough. He's pretty disgusting, and this comes from a Victor main. It didn't feel amazing to just walk into lane, casually just insta-win the level 1 because they buffed his shield strength at level 1.
I mean,
and
it sounds pretty
snowball a
amazing
lane from there.
Sounds pretty amazing for you to me, at least the
It's
first time.
it's pretty good for my LP if I actually play ranked. But no, we're not going to be seeing that on the Rift today, so we can look elsewhere. And of course, Ryan Gosling does like his AP junglers a lot. We see the Gwen already being taken away.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see 3 carry AP junglers even banned coming out from Emrys. Instead, going to take away Xiaomei's Nico. Fairly confident on the champ, I believe. Bit of a comfort pick. Well, it's not been taken away quite yet. It's been hovered. Wouldn't surprise to see this go off the board. On the other side, though, we've seen Viego taken away. We've seen LeBlanc taken away. Both these both this very, very deadly early game champions, right? Want to take a little bit of that early dueling power away from Mario, away from Zephyr, which makes a bit of sense when you consider Rize's plan, right? If you're planning to concede mid lane, you don't want to allow Emrys to snowball through that lane. And yes, we do see the Nico taken away here.
Interesting hover on towards the Urgot as well. I'm going to imagine that's a bit of a Cold Rose special, because I would be shocked to see it played anywhere else on the Rift. Of course, that is a very hard call out, though. So they would really be expecting Cold Rose to jump on that if it were not banned. And the follow-up ban is another one of Xiaomei's favorites. So quite a lot of Ryan Gosling's preferred picks have gone through. We've still got the Nidalee available. Gwen is gone, but of course, Nidalee is a champion that you do need to really hit a sort of minimum value point for her to even be worth playing.
You definitely do. You need to hit a certain number of spears. You need to get things going early on. I do want to point out, though, if you want to get things going early on, this Ashe lock-in, very, very strong on current patch here. Locked in immediately for DDD. I've seen a little bit of rumors around of this Chinese Ashe build. I think it's Static Shiv into Youmu's. Seems very strong. I'm not sure if it's going to be picked up in this game. Braum to answer it here from Emrys.
I don't like how that sounds. And I'm an Ashe player.
Oh, it's disgusting.
That sounds... Yeah, it's like, okay, good luck ever getting away from this champion.
Well, speaking of getting away, Ashe is going to have a bit of a miserable time this game. Nocturne locked in here for Maru. Obviously very strong once they hit that level 6 regular dive amongst these backline threats, but I think something that's not respected enough about Nocturne is he's got some actually really solid dueling early on in the jungle, right?
Oh yeah.
And if you're looking to, shut down Ryan Gosling, if he does go for one of these scaling champions, an early invade with Braum Nocturne could be deadly.
Certainly could, and it now means, of course, that there's a lot of onus elsewhere on RIZE, because DDD is not going to be able to deal with the Nocturne on his own. The Kayn pickup for Ryan Gosling. We were talking about the AP picks. It seems like RIZE have been cooking up something a little bit different, and of course, Kayn is still a champion that can do some very disgusting things. For a lot of people, he's like the bane of solo queue.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of these champions talk about shutting them down early. That's exactly what you need to do, right? Not really much for champions.
Sometimes it doesn't even feel like it matters. Like, the thing is, he's not even useless pre-form. In fact, especially in solo queue, I don't expect this to happen in one of these games, but in solo queue, his base stats are actually so good that sometimes he will just stat check you before he's even got form.
That's nasty. That's nasty. I mean, I doubt it into the Nocturne early on, but I can definitely see the line.
No,
Aatrox! Sorry to interrupt you. Aatrox blind top lane here for Cold Rose.
What? So, is there a world where this could be flexed into mid lane for Zephyr, or does that seem a little bit too out there?
I mean, there's maybe
that's the immediate. I always, when I see a pick like this, it's one of those thoughts that I always have of, how confident is Cold Rose playing Aatrox into literally anything Shmeon could pick up? Now, Shmeon we think of for the most part as not a hyper carry kind of player, so maybe Cold Rose is just going, I feel like I can gap this guy no matter what he plays, which may well end up being the case, but it would certainly be even more interesting to me if Emrys had the ability to go, oh, this is a matchup that Cold Rose doesn't want. That's fine. Zeph can take it into mid lane and be able to chill out even more. Being able to flex is a mark of a team that is really comfortable in what they're doing.
I know, I see those bans come through. I see Ambessa and Renekton banned now. I'm thinking this Aatrox is almost certainly going in the top lane. Both the champions, obviously, strong matchup into Aatrox. Ambessa, strong matchup into everyone, but, you know, when you can dash 4 or 5 times in a couple of seconds, Aatrox only got 3 spells.
The thing with Ambessa, I've seen that she goes one of 2 ways. I'll say 3 because in this more competitive setting, I feel like even when she falls behind, she can still be useful with the means of, you know, using that ultimate to single out a priority target. But she either Goomba stomps or gets Goomba stomped. And I don't know how well positioned she is. Her dashes certainly sound like she is very well positioned to basically laugh in Aatrox's face as he's trying to land Dark and play sweep spots. But outside of that, obviously, not something we're going to need to worry about here. I was also, we didn't talk about it before, but the Milio locked in for Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Something I like to see, obviously. Braum does not have the happiest of times having to deal with a ranged support, is very much more of a fan of the engaged supports that he can stack up stuns on, he can deny engages on with the Unbreakable. So, Milio going for something that can potentially do cause a lot of trouble, like Ultra Mega Fire Kick. If Mara goes in, you time that alongside another piece of CC, and then the Nocturne is suddenly not just insta-killing the Ashe.
Ooh, I really like this Jax pick up here in the top lane for Shmeon, right?
Shmeon ready to boogie, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, one thing I do see a little bit of an issue for RIZE here, you've got some engaged, right? You've got Ashe Arrow, but you're not bringing any in the jungle. Unless you're diving in first as a red Kayn, a bit difficult. Milio's obviously not bringing anything at all on the engage front. It's kind of hard to get fights started. Ahri Jax does kind of round out that composition just a little bit.
This looks to me like true blue pick coming out from RIZE Gaming here. They want to land a piece of CC onto a key target. They want to land about 3 more and ensure that they die, and then they can potentially take the rest of the fight as a 4v5. Obviously, there is the worry there that you overcommit and put too much CC onto one target, and the rest of Emrys are able to rally and take the fight anyway. I like this Syndra here for Ares. I feel like that's a good, just solid team fight pickup. It's going to end up being much more consistent damage than the Ahri can be. So there is a little bit of onus here on Jaume. Going to need to execute this champion well to really get RIZE ahead.
I think the key piece to focus on in this draft between these 2 teams is, I think it actually, we talked about that a little before already, but Cold Rose on this Aatrox, right? was gonna say Aatrox. I don't know how much of a good time Aatrox has into Ashe Milio. It doesn't sound like the easiest way to get into that melee range, right? And even more so into Ahri, into Jax. Every champion except Ashe, who has a slow, and I guess Milio as well, but he does have the fire kick. A lot of champions basically on Rise have a way of getting out of Aatrox's effective range, and they're not necessarily diving in the same way, right? I think there's a lot of pick also on Emrys. I think it's actually going to be, this game's going to be really crucial about vision, right? Spotting out Nocturne where they can find their way in, spotting out Syndra, looking for stuns on the backline, because obviously one pick for either team is super, super explosive.
Like, the first person to die is going to dictate a lot of how these fights go, unless individuals get really, really strong. Like, it may be the case that Shmion or Cold Rose, gets huge and is able to carry a fight despite an early disadvantage, but all being even, first kill should, in theory, win any given team fight.
Well, so giving it on balance, who are you handing the game 1 to? I mean, obviously, a lot of factors. We haven't seen these two teams come up against each other in a while, I think.
I'm gonna triple down because comedy comes in threes. The word of the day was momentum, and RIZE have been playing so many games. Like, when was the last time Emrys actually played? When was the upper bracket finals again? It's been a while, and if they haven't been really keeping on it with scrims, then RIZE is coming into it with blazing fingers. I mean, they played the lower bracket finals yesterday.
Yeah, blazing fingers, and not just from typing in chat.
Maybe for Xiaomei, but for the rest of the team, because they've been playing that many games, again, they've got their reps in, they have become swole. We'll see if it is enough to take on the dragons of Emrys Esports.
We will, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to go to a quick break while we wait for game to load in. Don't go anywhere. First game of this best of 5 finals of this Division 2 autumn series. I always call it winter. Autumn series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Awesome series.
Welcome! Game 1 of a potential 5 in our Division 2 Grand Final. RIZE have arisen through the entire lower bracket. They stand poised to take the title. Emrys, however, who have had a titanic performance throughout a majority of the split, standing in their way. We've got a lot riding on this first game. It's going to set the tone, really, of like how much is RIZE's momentum going to help them out here. Looking at the runes, we're seeing a whole bunch of standard, I think, for the most part. I'm trying to think of... I've seen so many different iterations on Nocturne. I think Lethal Tempo, after its reinstatement, is probably the way to go. Although I have seen plenty of Nocturnes do good work with Press the Attack as well.
Hold on, I've just got to fix it.
Ares is a thinking.
There we go. Sorry, I had to fix you over there. 1 sec. This is what happens when you have to do 2 jobs at once. We see here, Emrys looking for a little bit of an invade. Not going to find much of this. Just going to get some vision down. Really useful. Actually going to get swept away. No more ward XP, so no cheeky level 2s coming out in the mid lane. But, you know, I respect the early aggression.
It was a neat little bit of tech, but it really could have like major impacts on how early laning would go. So kind of not upset to see that one go the way of the Dodo, as lanes will start pretty much completely standard. Looking at what this bot lane, the early advantage, of course, of having a ranged support means that I certainly expect DDD and Scooby-Doo to get the best of the early trades. But of course, Bonecling's not worrying about that too much in this situation. We see the lethal tempo. We know that Jinx is really just going to be playing to be useful in the like early to mid game skirmishes, you know, maybe land a couple of fun rockets across the map. And then when you hit the 2-3 item point, it should just be at a stage where Jinx is going to outdo the Ashe, although they're actually the ones to hit the level 2 first here.
Oh, yeah. Getting control of that wave. Obviously, Braum for Jinx actually a fairly potent level 1 combo. Millia doesn't do too much. Ashe level 1, obviously, very, very powerful as well. But respecting it there. Like to see that out of RIZE. Obviously, we're going to need some aggression as the game goes on. But, yeah, it's just first wave. Speaking of aggression, a bit of a trade.
I mean, you know, it's a whole bunch of nothing, really. There's a little bit of top lane trading going on right now, but neither has any real damage as of yet. And so, not to be worrying too much. And we see Ryan Gosling showing off the insanely fast early clear speed of the Kayn here. Basically, a full count ahead of Mara in terms of clear speed.
We also see here in the mid lane, nice little charm coming out from Jume, showing off their own skills on this Ahri. I do think this mid lane is also going to be a very important matchup. As we said before, it's been a pain point for RIZE in their previous series. Now, probably because Teddy, Jaume has attracted so much attention, but, you know, being able to get the push in, being able to land those charms into Zephyr, like to see that coming out here from the RIZE mid laner.
Yeah, great to see him leveraging an early advantage, of course. Now, Mara and Ryan Gosling are available to try and make something happen on the mid lane. In fact, Mara, I wouldn't be surprised to see right going for it. Ryan Gosling has read that something's going on here. We'll see if Zephyr can actually get something started. Jaume looking to go forwards already. Might be in a very rough spot, however. Trying to get the damage down. Stunned up with the Scatter of the Week. Mara's just stood on the other side here, waiting for the flash to come through. Duskbringer will drop Jaume low, and it looks as though that means the Ahri will be forced to take an early reset, but the wave position isn't too bad right now. I don't know if he really needs to do an early TP.
Yeah, I'd say on the whole there, RIZE come out slightly positively. Not sure I can say the same on this top lane trade yet. Cold Rose and Shmayon just smacking each other. Love to see that aggression. But yeah, actually will blow his TP in the mid lane, Jaume. Ultimately, not too much going to come of that mid lane play. But it does show the willingness that both these teams have to look for those fights.
The TP pressure is actually quite nice out of Jaume here, because it now means that Zephyr has to take back that he maybe didn't want to, and will be forced to TP back in, otherwise he loses his wave. So there is a little gap, of course, on the TPs coming back up.
And we see here another reset coming in from Jaume. Oh, not quite.
That would be... I can't imagine you would ever need to do that much, as Cold Rose has taken a little bit of a rough trade towards the top side. Might be forced to reset off of this one. Shmeon potentially detecting that he'll want to do this, and he's going to step forwards.
Ooh, Q1
Stuns
lands,
coming
Q2 doesn't
through.
quite, but the root comes through, pulled back, Counter-Strike will not land, the flash comes through, and Cold Rose finds first blood.
And that's, I mean, we saw the confidence of him locking in the Aatrox right off of the bat, and it seems to be paying off very nicely. The patience there as he lets the Infernal Chains do their work. Ares with the dubstack ignite to interrupt DDD's reset.
The
And that
Hillsang
will
classic.
mean quite a lot. Bumclean also already picked up that super early cull. So we're very much seeing that Jinx early game that we were expecting, just focusing on getting that gold number to go up.
Yeah, and it's actually really important to cancel out that reset. It means DDD won't be there in time for grubs on the top lane. Obviously, still going to be contested by Ryan Gosling, but Dragon's going to go over here to the Emrys side, and I think there's a line maybe where they can move up. They haven't expended too many resources. They're going to have a numbers advantage here. Let's see what they choose to do.
They can move up. It looks like they're sending Bumclean back towards bottom lane and are putting bodies into the bottom side jungle.
Oh, maybe catch on
Maybe get
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
something done. Perhaps.
Does find that
Oh,
Winter's Bite. The fear comes through. The speed up train. The stun lands. Charm
not
goes
quite there, though.
wide. Ooh, very risky. Very tetchy.
It does mean that Maru can claim these bot side camps. However, the Void Grubs will indeed be secured by Ryan Gosling. But I think Emrys weren't making any moves to really contest that. And it will just be camps traded across. Zephyr does spot that Ryan Gosling is doing this. Could potentially look to interrupt it, of course, since Jamais is on a back timer right now. Maru with the level 6, though, they could look to dive DDD. He has a flash. He has a barrier up and available, however. It would not be any easy thing. They are going forward. The Q misses out from Ares, though. Stun comes through. They're trying to tank it through. The stun landed from the Ashe onto Maru, but he's able to get out from underneath the turret in time. Scooby-Dooby-Doo going low as the rockets are flying, but Bumclean cannot get the damage down. He takes the turret aggro, and neither of his teammates can tank any more. Ashe goes down. They will be able to get a plate, though. Scooby-Dooby-Doo may be able to survive for now. It looks like Maru is actually looking to reset this dive after taking this.
Oh, it's so sad.
Like the health bars, it's a little bit too low. They're not going to go for it.
It's so sad because that play is almost perfect, right? You land that first dive. Speaking of perfect play, Zephyr in the mid lane by Xiaomei in the 1v2.
They overcommit. Ryan Gosling does not use the ultimate despite being level 7. They do not have enough damage to bring Zephyr down. He turns it around with the unleashed power. Will be able to pick up his first kill of the game. Emrys starting strong, 3-0 right now. Drake in the pocket and nearly 2k in the lead.
Oof, well, we talked a lot about momentum versus the better team on paper. It looks like Emrys is the better team on the Rift, at least in this early game here. Gold is where you want it as well, on your Aatrox, on your Syndra, on your Jinx. These fights around second dragon are going to be deadly.
Shmeon getting a good trade onto Cold Rose there, but it does seem like the Aatrox, for the most part, is just trying to absorb the wave. Won't be too worried about that. Elsewhere on the Rift, of course, with objectives down, we could see champions try and get some moves done. Right now, a lot of the major cooldowns are down. I'm looking at, of course, that Paranoia for Maru. Worth noting, of course, the first Paranoia did get some value. That dive onto DDD was successful.
It's a shame it didn't go a little bit more. I'll just touch on it. Bumclean there accidentally tanking the extra shot at the end. Still a really nicely, really cleanly executed dive. I was a little bit scared, actually. It's always scary diving in Ashe, right? The slows can be vicious. But yeah, find that lead in the bot lane and maybe looking for an invade here onto Gosling as well.
I just realized Ryan Gosling might actually be suffering as a result. So I bet it's suffering from
definitely
success here.
suffering.
He's trying to get on. The flash is available. He's going to use the Umbral Trespass to avoid the fear. Now trying to get it out.
Rocket.
Flashes and gets out.
Paranoia?
There's the ultimate in from Maru. Has to flash. Dodges away from the arrow.
That's
and now
it
is a rough situation for DDD. Scooby-Dooby-Doo should be able to get on away as Xiaomei comes in. Charm lands onto Ares, but the follow-up damage simply is not there with the bodies that have already hit the floor. RIZE. They try and turn it around, but there's just nothing to turn around to.
Yeah, that Xiaomei roam makes things go from bad to worse, right? You had an opportunity to push in the mid, maybe go for a little bit of cross map, get some gold back in. Yeah, get a plate. And that's not going to happen now. just playing off tempo here for RIZE, as now we see in the
Cold
top
Rose,
lane.
he has his tempo right now. Shmeo having to ult. The Infernal Chains get flashed
One,
away from. He's still going to
two.
chase, though. Darkened Blade, 1. It's 2.
Oh.
He has his flash, but he will not commit. Instead, Shmeon going to be forced back. His TP is still about 30 seconds from coming back up, so that wave can be absolutely shoved into that top lane tower. It may not have been a kill, but it is going to be some experience and some gold lost for Shmeon.
It's a little bit nasty. It's a little bit nasty, isn't it? I mean, the Jax obviously has some counterplay into the Aatrox, can jump in on that Q1. But if you're landing the tip of those Q1s, you're not being as decisive with your engagement on Shmeon. You're eventually going to fall behind on gold. You're not going to be able to make those aggressive plays. And you're just going to get killed on repeat. And it's especially bad when you've already secured the first set of grubs, because you're not going to be able to secure the second set. Ashe loves having those grubs. Ahri on the side lane loves having those grubs. So does the Jax. And they're not going to get them.
Yeah, well played from Emrys to put those bodies topside. Xiaomei forced to flash as Zephyr has already completed the Luden's companion.
Disgusting.
Early kill is going to turn into an advantage, and it's already built up a considerable CS advantage. Ares
nice try.
Saw the potential angle. I appreciate the commitment there.
And look at the amount of damage Syndra is doing already, right, into Ryan Gosling.
That's what happens when you 20 CS and a completed item up at 11. Have a completed item.
Oh my
11 minutes. Don't Shmeon.
Don't show us that, man. I told you. Completed item diff. This game is insane. By the way, look at three actually. It's 3 completed items for Emrys here versus none for RIZE, and they're looking to complete on another kill as well. Flash away. It's another cooldown burn from the Ashe. It's just a domination for Emrys.
The early game fully in their control. They are now 4,000 gold in the lead. They denied the Void Mites from spawning for the side of RIZE. They're going to pick up their second Drake with a Mountain. There are some very good Drake options available for this Soul. We'll see what comes up in just a second, but yeah,
I don't know.
so many items.
I don't know
it's
if
an Ocean Soul.
If this game's getting to the point where which soul it is matters. It's 6-0 and you've got a Jinx on your team with 2 kills with a Yuntao scaling up. You've got Cold Rose winning on the side lane, solo killing Shmeon here. Absolutely nothing this Jax can do at this point in the game. This blind Aatrox coming online, and you talk about the possibility of a really powerful soul. I think this game might end at the 20-minute mark.
Might well, and I think RIZE are just underestimating the amount of gold that Emrys have already accrued by this point in the game. Like, Shmeon took that fight while Cold Rose had a completed Eclipse. You're not winning that.
And this has kind of been a bit of an issue for RIZE in some of their previous games, only in the sense that they've made some questionable macro decisions. They've got pulled out a few times. Scooby-Doo getting caught in some place they should have been, I believe, in the previous series, but, you know, I said it's the taunt coming through on Xiaomei that kind of saved their macro and versus 200 bandits, and that's not a factor in this game. Domination across the map here, and I guess it's also easy to talk about macro when all of your lanes are a couple of 1,000 gold ahead.
I mean, yes, but you do still have to execute that macro correctly, and for the time being, at least, Emrys are doing a fantastic job of that.
Yeah, it's just advantage after advantage.
We're looking at that mid lane. Xiaomei has landed a couple of good charms, but unfortunately, it's just the items have not come through yet for this team. So if they can stem the bleeding a little bit, I mean, more than the 5,000 they're already down, then you could potentially find.
I've seen this one before, man. I've seen this one before. Looking for the 2v1 on the Gold Rose. This is not going to go well. Doesn't have the ultimate.
He's not got form yet either.
Oh no, Charm onto Maru.
Maru's here. Straight on to Shmeon.
Take the camera away, B. Don't let us see this. Double kill in the top lane.
Xiaomei's there to try and clean up, but Cold Rose is still on full health because, yeah, that's what the World Ender does, by the way. That means that another push gets put in by Zephyr here. He's now 40 CS up. Xiaomei moving across the map, trying to help his team and just not getting anything from it.
It's a real pickle. So from when I've been on production quite a while, normally at this point, so normally this sort of lead isn't found until 20 minutes into the game. But you know, it's at this point, one of the casters asked the other, how if we look at RIZE here, how do you think they make it back into the game? And I'm going to be the one to ask you. I'm going to put that pressure on you. What do you think they can do?
Of course you are.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a producer's privilege. What do you think
Uh-huh.
RIZE can do to make it back into the game? And it's almost a bit of an arcane
Pretty
ending there.
close.
Um,
So
what do you think they can find?
Ryan Gosling has just hit form. So we've got Rast, we've got the Eclipse there for him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for. I think they just like index into what their comp is meant to do, which is be really good at pick, land an arrow onto somebody, follow it up with a couple of pieces more CC, and get whoever that they are targeting dead.
Oh, speaking of
Zephyr
dead,
is about to put an entire world of burst into Xiaomei's face. Ryan Gosling can look to try and chase this one down,
oh,
though, has got the ultimate available, will be able to jump forwards.
oh no,
More trespass
overforce
not been
here.
used yet.
Trespass has
Yeah,
been...
Scooby-Dooby-Doo can't do much to save here either. There is still an ultimate available. He will use it onto Ares, it seems, for the extra health.
I mean, I respect this.
TP
They're
now
looking
coming
for
through. Shmeon
something.
can join, but they gets pushed back. Scatter the Weak means that the knock-up from Shmeon isn't going to come through. Bumclean now just walks in. We'll be able to pick this one up for free. Arrow comes across, but it is far too late. Maro trying to get the damage down is going to have to flash away. Bumclean runs it in. The arrow, the tower rather, gonna just about do enough to finish that one out. TP now from Xiaomei, who looks to want to clean this one up. Zephyr is quite low. If the charm would land,
Oh,
it lands
no.
onto Ares, however.
No,
Last charge of the Spirit Rush has already been used. The stun can come through. Zephyr is still alive. Cold Rose is here to try and do the damage also. One more water would do it, but Zephyr stands strong. Emrys and the Dragons, the clutch, stay together. 13-1 on this rift, and no shutdowns given across.
So I've been playing a lot of hit video game The Bazaar recently. I don't know if you've seen it. It's an auto battler. It's very, very good. So oftentimes when you're me in this game, you find that you're behind on economy, right? You find that your boards aren't as strong as the opponent's boards. The opponent's boards are getting stronger than your boards at a faster rate. So what you have to do is you have to spend all your money to try and find some sort of advantage, find some sort of line back into the game. And that was what that was for RIZE. Committed I think every single cooldown, 2 teleports, every single ultimate, onto 1 catch in the bot lane. Couldn't even find anything more than Bumclean giving their life to tower.
It's all well and good committing all of that, but when it came down to the execution, there was just tiny little things that
not even that,
Emrys
man.
did to it was small things that Emrys did to completely negate that potential gold infusion that they could have had. We saw Scatter the Weak from Zelfir make sure that Shmeon couldn't land CC, as once again Xiaomei has been caught. No flash. It has the ultimate, but doesn't really matter all that much. Ares is stepping a little bit far forwards, but he's tanky enough at this point in the game that he can just flash away from this as Ryan Gosling gets chunked.
Oh, what a scatter there, by the way.
Rocket.
Where's Epic? You mentioned it in the bot lane. This guy...
He's running it. All right, he is running the Rift right now. He might not have all the kills, but he is absolutely making the most of every single spell he casts. 204, well on the way towards what may be a second item death cap in this game.
Oh no.
How are we doing for stacks, actually? Production, can we have a look at the Syndra stacks?
Oh no.
Be
Never mind that. Here comes Gold
this Cold Rose. Looking towards 100 stacks. There you go.
Oh.
18 and a half minutes, 100 stacks. So we've already got the execute coming through from the ultimate. 20 more stacks, and this will be Zephyr getting extra AP on top of the AP that they're about to be getting from the Rabadons. And Xiaomei is indeed getting absolutely bodied.
Look.
It's not even that he's being hard focused, though. He just time and again is being found in places that he has no right to be. Shelly's not even going to get the charge off on the tier 2 because it goes down too damn fast. Mara might be in a little bit of trouble here. Instead, decides to Tokyo drift it all the way around to the mid lane. Isn't going to be able to get the charge off, but it does now mean that Ares is left in a rough spot. No flash on the Braum. That will be a kill handed across, but it's the support.
Yeah.
Like, yes, Shmeon's on the board, but what have you really gained from that? Most of your tier 2 in mid lane has just gone. Arrow gets soaked up like it's nothing by Maru.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, you know, when you see little bro picked up by Scooby-Dooby-Doo here, Milio, he's of course Lil Messi. I've got to say, title goes over to Zephyr this game. So many goals, launching those balls into their targets. And yeah, it's not even like Xiaomei's been hard focused, as you said. It's just, you say he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kind of hard to imagine a right place for RIZE at the moment.
Yeah, that is a very fair statement. As we look up to the scoreboard, I mean, we are just hitting 20 minutes. Almost looks like Emrys are considering taking the Baron. They are 12,000 gold ahead at the 20-minute mark. It's 2 minutes until a potential Ocean Soul, if they even feel like taking it.
Yeah. So 2 minutes.
Look,
2 minutes for this game to already have ended. From your
for
motivation
four and a
being
half
right.
thousand gold lead in top lane, 4,000 gold lead in mid lane.
Oof.
This is a dismantling
Oh,
of a game one. The question that I now start to think is game two for RIZE. One, obviously they'll have side selection. That's going to be very important. But what a game like this does to your head.
Oh, yeah.
Time and again, there have been narrow margin moments where RIZE could have gotten maybe not winning fights, but at least traded back. But now they sit at 15-2. They're trying to walk in on a Baron that I don't think they have any right contesting. Ryan Gosling looking for an angle in, but gets pulled out of the wall here. Stun now stacking up as Maru looking for an angle to jump in.
Collapse.
Cold Rose has come in from the backside as
Oh,
well.
no.
The Aatrox has got so
healing?
much healing that he is just able to walk through the entirety of RIZE. They are
Oh
trying to get
my
him
Lord.
down. Maru is
Come
going to
on.
be the only one that drops. It's a double kill there for Cold Rose as well. And the base is going to be in tatters. They don't need to take the Baron.
They don't need
There's
to take the
20
fourth
seconds
dragon.
on the
They don't
death
need to take the fourth
timers
dragon,
either.
maybe.
We need to see if they killed these structures quickly enough, though. Their wave is pretty much completely dead. Zephyr does have a TP to maybe keep this caster minion alive. I don't know if they can end here, but they
They're
can
looking for it.
absolutely put dents in the base of RIZE. Ares
Jinx is
dropping very,
excited.
very low. First Nexus turret goes down. Get Excited has indeed come through. DDD trying to do some work as the second tower falls. The rest of RIZE respawns, however. The game will not end here, but Emrys have absolutely slammed down into RIZE here. Their gold lead balloons out to 15,000. 20 seconds before Drake spawns. Maru is up and available. They can wait for the respawns. They can walk out to the dragon and close out this game.
Yeah. It's gonna be a tough one, honestly. RIZE trying to do anything. I don't know, there's some good ideas
This
there.
is,
I don't want to say RIZE have found nothing in this game. They found a couple of things. The idea of the play on the bot lane was also pretty good. They almost managed to find like a little bit of a gold injection, but when Aatrox is just so far ahead, you cannot kill this guy in your backline, even with 4 collapse onto him.
Right now, dragon is being taken. Ryan Gosling is up towards the Baron, but I mean, what are you going to do? You cannot solo that at this stage of the game. In fact, I don't know if Kane can solo it at all.
I know,
But
Miracle
right now-
Steal. Miracle Steal, maybe.
I wouldn't count on it. I don't think
Yeah.
Emrys feel any need to take the Baron in this game. They can walk in these waves. Mid tower is gone. The Nexus turrets are gone. They can look for Baron, of course, and potentially... I was wondering if they had any vision inside the base for a little bit of backdoor action as the TP is there from Zephyr. It's Ryan Gosling looking to find points. They have found a catch onto Zephyr here. Stun will, however, will only find Ares. Trying to get the damage down. Goes golden as Bum Clean is able to take that one down. The commit is not good enough. Shmion trying to find the backside, but not able to find this Syndra. The Jinx as well, completely unaffected by this fight. Scooby-Dooby-Doo will flash away as the TP comes in towards the top lane. Emrys are done with this game number 1, casual. As we are coming in, well, momentum versus upper bracket performance. Emrys are very much showing, yeah, you've played those games, but we aren't playing any games with you, as game 1 is not even slightly close. RIZE, they did some good things, but Emrys were just better.
They simply were. They simply were. It's not so much a game as it was a sorcerer. Now I've seen series where game 1s have looked like that before, and teams have come back, teams have bounced back, right? I think that happened. Was that World's Finals this year, or was it another? I think it was Finals this year. There was a
Yes.
BLG had a real stormer against T1 in the first game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was just an absolute slaughter, and then who came out and won the end of that series in the end. So cross my fingers, this one goes to 5 as well. But RIZE, you really need to show something different and something better in this next game.
Yeah, it's very much a matter of. I don't think what they were doing was wrong per se, but it was just those little differences. They weren't quite able to find the kill here. Cold Rose was able to find the 1v1 kill top lane. And those small incremental advantages meant that Rise members were spending times walking out of base while their lane opponents were picking up CS. The CS difference in the mid lane, I remember at 10-15 minutes was a 40 CS advantage for Zephyr on top of him getting all the kills on that Syndra. There was 5,000 odd gold differences in the solo lanes alone at points in that game, and that's something Rise cannot repeat if they want to have a chance of lifting that trophy.
Well, we're going to have to see how they adapt heading into this next game. I've got a couple of ideas I'm going to discuss with you during this break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. If every match is as good as that one, you know, might be a very fast 3-game
Get
series,
one.
but we're hoping for something more. We're hoping for something more.
No.
Heading into game 2, RIZE, show us why you are the terminal yappers in this league. Give us a series. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
And we are back after game number 1. RIZE are, well, they're going to have to show us something different, as we said, before we hit the break, casual, because that looked not terribly fun.
Yeah, that was a pretty difficult one there for RIZE.
To be fair, we did see a bit of a divergence from perhaps some of their established in that game. I mean, we said Ryan Gosling loves his AP junglers. We saw the Kane come
Did play a
out
game of Kane last
from
series.
him.
I forgot to mention that. But still.
I mean, yeah, obviously, prefers doesn't mean only plays. But yeah, the Kane did not really seem to do it. What can we say from that, though? Because I don't necessarily think the Kane was the problem. I actually don't know if I can identify a specific person or a specific individual that was the problem, even in that last game. It just felt that pretty much everything RIZE did, Emrys had an answer and then some.
Yeah, that's a very scary thing to see when you're up against a team in grand finals, right, in the best of 5. So I think maybe if you're going to try something else, maybe you just go and play for a little bit of scaling. Now, it's not so much what Ryan Gosling is used to. It's not so much what Xiaomi in the mid lane is used to, but I've seen DDD pull out some real solid performances on champs like Ezreal. I mean, Ashe is very strong on the patch, but you can't do too much when you're being pushed under turret. And other lanes
You know who
are
else is
losing.
very strong on the patch and didn't get picked or banned in the last game?
Who? Pray tell, Warwick?
Warwick.
Warwick, yeah.
Champion is straight busted. Just pick it. It was available throughout the draft. It's not that difficult of a champion to play either. It's just extremely overtuned at the moment. The Q range increase, plus everything he's been getting over these past few patches have made this champion incredibly easy to play and incredibly easy to get a lot of value out of.
I mean, I think it's a little bit outside of the wheelhouse. I think it's something that's is easy to play. I think it's actually a little bit more nuanced to the Warwick top than there.
Look, if Bloxer plays it, then any of them can play it. Like,
he's catching
it's
strings.
quite simple.
Oh my god. Did you not see that great tweet where it was like skill expressive champions versus champions that look skill expressive that aren't, and it was all the melee top laners in the skill expressive champions and all the ranged top laners in the look skill expressive.
I think that literally just comes down to whoever was making the tier list. It's like,
yeah.
I sort of dipped my toe into fighting the fighting game space. It was basically, oh, my character is honest and fine, and every other character is complete BS. And it's like, I don't think I believe that.
Well, I think one thing you can do as RIZE is do what they have done. Go to red side. Didn't really help you with the counterpick in the top lane in the previous game. But there's maybe something to be said. You ban out the Aatrox, you ban out some of the blindable. I don't even think Aatrox is like particularly blindable top laner here. But we'll have to see how they adapt as we get into draft right now.
RIZE, of course, wisely, I think, taking the red side for this game number 2 allows them to be just that little bit more comfortable, perhaps. And it does seem like, am I right in seeing that there's a jungle substitution?
Oh, that's
no. RIZE here? Or is that just another Ryan? Is that a Ryan Gosling alt?
That's a Ryan Gosling preferred name, and I have not updated the other graphic, which I will do during the break. Sorry, lost comments. Anyway, yeah, that is still Ryan Gosling for RIZE. First to go by Matt. Either works. I don't think he's actually Ryan Gosling, despite putting on some superstar performances. Anyway, here fans, we see Nico once again, Gwen once again, Viego taken off the board.
Does Emrys really need to change anything, considering how well game 1 went? Like, the onus is very much on RIZE to do something different.
Yeah, and it's not even like RIZE had bad matchups in their lanes, as far as I know.
No.
I think Syndra into Ahri, there's a little bit of potential there, but I really think it's on Ryan Gosling to change up their style in the jungle.
Yeah, we'll see what Matt gets up to. Yeah, Emrys keeping their bans completely identical from game 1. Gwen, Nico, and Galio taken off the board. Right now, RIZE are keeping it the same with the Viego and the Urgot. I'm trying to think. do you really need to ban the Aatrox in first rotation? I don't know if I think you do. I feel like perhaps just if they take the Aatrox, you put Shmion on something that isn't going to care all that much. Just put him on a tank that gets to build a bunch of armor. Never mind, they're just going to ban it away.
Honestly, I think it's oftentimes a tendency to overthink drafts a little bit. If someone, oh, Varus, I'm going to talk about that in a moment. If someone's really good on the champion and they've just beaten you in a counter pick lane in the previous game, I think it's very wise to ban that champion, right? Because you don't want to look like the fool that lets the champion through twice, ends up going down 0-2 before you really have any sort of chance to
Only
adapt.
once.
We see here the Varus first pick, which is quite interesting considering it's a different priority to the Ashe for RIZE.
Yeah, so I mean, it does a lot of similar things. And of course, I'm not sure what the predominant Varus build is at the moment. I'm going to actually look that up because, you know, especially if Poke Varus has come back to the fore, then that will tell you quite a bit about their current situation. No, it does seem like On Hit is still the preferred, perhaps. But I feel like if you really wanted to, you could go Poke. But of course, you are losing a lot in the way of tank shred, of more consistent DPS. And of course, with Ashe not picked up by Emrys, DDD is going to be comfortable enough to just lock that one in. And alongside the Maokai, that's some very powerful vision control that RIZE have locked in on 1-2.
It's a very powerful engage as well. There wasn't really, he had the arrow, but there wasn't really a sort of AoE lockdown on RIZE from the previous game. Now is going to the Maokai. Braum, pretty strong into both these champions. We saw just how much work Ares did in those last few fights in that game. Unbreakable makes these pick comps so much harder to play out. Probably going to get locked in here. Obviously didn't struggle into the Milio Ashe. That was what was prepared for RIZE. I'll have to see if they have anything else in their back pocket, or if it's just going to be the Maokai down towards the support.
Well, I mean, right now, RIZE have the luxury of the flex, which is really nice to see. Emrys, of course, are going to have to give away something here. I think conventional logic would just say lock your jungler in.
I'm so scared they slam a top laner.
I'm terrified. They did in game one, right? They are 3 top lane. It is going to be the Nocturne again for Maru here.
So I'd normally say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Maru is making that Nocturne look pretty damn broken. So I like to see that one locked in again by Emrys. The
question is, what does RIZE want to do here? Do they want to play front to back? Or, you know, have means of disengaging should the Nocturne go in? The Renata certainly would be very, very good at that.
Renata here, without any melee... There's no Viego, right? Because Viego's banned out. There's no Jax, there's no melee diving in quite yet that RIZE can really play around with the Renata W. Like, she's a very conditional champion, right? Renata obviously very good into the Nocturne. Renata's very good into any sort of comp that has to dive into you. But I also think Emrys, right? This is quite a hard committal, I feel, by RIZE into stand your ground. And if Emrys have the champion pool for it, obviously, I need to obviously qualify every statement I make where if the players have the champion pool for it, so Rob doesn't get mad and butcher me in DMs. There is a chance here. I think Emrys could look for a stand your ground composition here. They obviously had very, very clean macro in the last game. They make it first to objectives. Even with the Maokai ultimate, it's going to be hard for RIZE to walk in. We'll have to see how this draft rounds out. Lilia taken off the board. That's another big carry jungler, big engage potential for Ryan Gosling, aka Matt, suspecting that this Maokai is heading up towards the top lane instead.
So Zephyr Syndra does hit the ban bench. Questions still abound. We don't yet know still where this Maokai is going, which, I mean, RIZE all going well should keep that flex going until right at the very end of the draft. Ahri taken off as well. So both mid lanes are going to be forced to play something different than they did in game number 1.
I'm really quite worried.
Looking towards the top lane, I'm wondering...
Sorry, I'm just going to say I'm quite worried for Xiaomi because obviously they weren't playing terribly in the last game, but Ahri is one of the safest mid lanes you can play. Obviously a lot of that disengage, right? I feel like Xiaomi's got to really pull something out here. It's 5.
Maru exists. So yeah, there is quite a limitation on what Xiaomi is able to pick up here. The Udyr lock in. So they actually are going to give up the flex. Or
Who did? They. Wow.
yeah. I
I
mean, the
mean,
flex is still kind of alive, right? Both Maokai or Udyr could go into the jungle. I think I would prefer to see the Udyr for Matt. But this does now mean that Jaume does have the luxury of being able to choose his mid lane matchup. So it's going to be very important that he uses that wisely.
yeah, I think it really is. I think it really is. I'm seeing 4 champions on RIZE that kind of need to get stuff going early, right? Which is Aurora there, by the way, for Bum Clean. The champ
Okay.
sex bugged. It is Aurora though, locked in on the 4, and a Mordekaiser
Aurora
on
Maud.
5 for Cold Rose.
That is a selection. And the Zephyr Aurora, that is a pick that can be, I think, quite exploited, as I think we are seeing Jaume considering right now. If you can outrange it heavily,
No
something
way.
that Zoe would definitely do, then Aurora could suffer quite a lot in this lane.
Surely Zoe is just miserable under
Just
Nocturne though. Like level 6, this champion has one piece of really conditional CC that takes a second and a half to go off, which gets spell shielded for free, and has no dashes apart from a hop away. I think if this Zoe does get locked in, I really don't know how to feel about it.
I mean, again, it would be Jaume heavily relying on Matt to
Mm.
keep him alive in this situation. Because the time is ticking
Ooh.
down before Rise have to make that decision. It would give them another like very good long range pick tool, as long as the triple bubble landed onto something that wasn't the Nocturne. The follow-ups
Oh, I knew
are,
it! I
in
knew it!
theory,
I knew it!
pretty good, but that feels like something more cohesive with what the
Mhm.
rest of what Rise were doing. This is a composition that can team fight extremely well. And you were talking about melee champions that can really get the most out of a bailout. You want to talk about Udyr? You want to talk about Yone?
Really nice rounding out this comp here by RIZE. I think I like what they've done here more than what they were doing in the first game. Obviously, it's going to be quite scary into Mordekaiser. Yone diving in, just getting immediately altered. I feel like he just gets bunked on the head very, very hard. But yeah, I kind of like what RIZE has got going on here. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Maokai. I'm a bit of a Maokai simp, unfortunately. I've played so much in these fights. I feel like with Renata, you're better prepared for those Nocturne plays. I think you're also better prepared for the dives, which we saw coming out time and time again for Emirates in the previous match. Now, was that because they were very far ahead? Maybe, but Renata provides a lot of that anti-tower dive potential. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I felt there were many points in game one because of that advantage that just Maru was able to go in with impunity and have absolutely no fear of dying, especially since Ares was usually not too far behind coming on through with the stand behinds. In this game, early game is going to be interesting because I think Udyr is going to be heavily disincentivized to be on the bottom side of the map. Like, what does Udyr do into Varus Braum?
Yeah.
And I mean, the same is also kind of true in the team fights. Like, you just stack up a stun, drop a chain of corruption. He's not going to be able to hit the back line very effectively. And of course, Aurora can land roots or slow him down quite easily.
I do want to point out,
Matt's life might be made very difficult.
you're bringing up the Braum. Ares is going to have a field day this game. Oh, I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
imagine a better comp to play Braum into than a
Remember,
Maokai.
this is the second game that he's Braum blinded as well. He has just seen the Ashe and gone, I bet.
Kind of base, actually, if I do say so myself. Broadcast position, for now, their official position, base binding the Braum. But yeah, obviously, going to do a lot of work into Udyr, Yone, and Maokai, and also you can block that hostile takeover from not from Xiaomei, from Scooby-Doo on this Renata, right? Really, really crucial ability to block here. I don't know though. How do you think these two teams
Hold
are
on
going
a
to shake up
second.
in this one?
How have I not been aware of this? You can unbreakable the hostile takeover?
Yeah, you can unbreakable hostile takeover. I'm 99% sure.
What?
Yeah, you just toss it down. It's a projectile, isn't it? Destroys the projectiles. It does have to be the first hit on the Braum shield. Thank you. I'm normally the one telling the casters anime, but I had B, our observer, tell us that. But yeah, it can still block out the Renata roll if you time it correctly. So I have to see if that happens in game. Just before we go to break, any final predictions for these two teams? Because I'm gonna go out on a limb myself actually and say, you know what? I think Rise has kind of cooked it. I think they got something going on. I think they got more of a cohesive idea, more of a game plan than in the previous game. They're not just relying on pick, pick, pick. What do you reckon?
I like what Rise has put together, but game one has EMR showed a level of form that unless Rise play this composition and play it really well, then it may just be a case of Emrys outhands them again. And this is a composition that can very much allow them to outhand as well. Aurora, very tricky. Varus, able to find lockdown positions. Maru, going to be flying over the top on the Nocturne when the opportune moment presents itself. So, yes, I like what I see from Rise here, but after that game one, it's so hard to vote against Emrys.
Well, I'm going to do it anyway. We're going to throw it to a quick break just before we get into game. Only going to be a couple of minutes. We'll catch you on the flip side. Game 2 of these finals. Emrys Stormer in game 1. We'll have to see if Rise can bounce back. See you in just a moment.
Back onto the Rift for game number 2. Emrys still looking very, very strong. With a draft that is distinctly quite reminiscent of what they brought out in game number 1. A fantastic duelist in the top lane, a mid laner that can be very, very tricky, a very CC forwards, shall we say, and potentially extremely damaging bottom lane with that Varus. And of course, Ares specifically on that Braum again, a champion which was extremely impactful in game number 1. The question now becomes, what are RIZE going to do about it? They have, as we said in the draft, done plenty of good things. They have changed a lot of things for the better here. I do have some question marks still, though. Shimion, obviously, not going to have the nicest of times in this lane, but being a Maokai, should be able to lose pretty graciously. And while instead we look at Ryan Gosling, aka Matt, to try and get this rift running for the side of RIZE.
Well, I mean, there's always the issue of losing gracefully into a champion like Mordekaiser, right? This is one
Losing gracefully means don't die.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see if that does manage to come through, because obviously Mordekaiser is actually, we don't say it that much, but it's one of these champions that can just take over a game if they get pretty fed, right? Especially into the shorter range comp coming
Without a
out
doubt.
from RIZE. Got to keep an eye on this top lane. Very, very precarious.
For the time being, of course, I'm not going to have too much to write home about. The Doran Shield will be able to keep Shmeon decently topped up for the time being. And of course, it's not the easiest thing at level 1 to get that passive running either.
Oof.
DDD and Scooby-Doo once again having the the red
Yeah.
side bot lane having the early advantage, because it was Ares and Bumclean who had the early push last game.
Myro getting spotted out there on that Hawk. Hawk 1 thrown bash. We'll see what happens in the second one gets thrown out. But no, spotted out. That means Shmeon should know.
I like that actually quite a bit from DDD here. Obviously,
Yeah.
at level 2,
Take it
taking the Hawk
second.
shot.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
really interesting tech, actually.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Just being able to be fully aware of what is going on. They now know, or Maru now has to head towards the top side. Obviously, he'd already started on his bottom side camp, so I think that was his intention anyway. But it means that DDD and Scooby-Dooby-Doo are fully cogent of everything that is going on around them.
Yeah, and
The
if
mid
you
lane
have a
right
look at
now,
the top
Jamie.
lane, if you have a look at the top lane, I think there was a crash that came through from the Shmeon, blew their entire mana bar, knowing that Mario was pathing up there. Going to be entirely safe from this gank. Very nicely done. Really cleanly done.
No need to TP either, so he's just going to walk on out of base. Has got the tier picked up, which obviously can work towards an eventual Fimbulwinter. And yeah, he's going to be really tough to kill. Like, that is mission already accomplished. Ares. Oh, I think if he'd Hail Married that just a little bit, he might have been able to deny the back to DDD. Instead, he is able to get that one off. Right now,
Heavy
I think we
trading.
might be seeing... looking in towards mid lane here. I mean, Jelly kind of needs the help.
This time there's no Maru to come match on the gang. Zephyr out of... I mean, the Maru is here, but they
is.
brought more members. They're learning. They're adapting. Ryan Gosling now going to be able to run down up towards Maru. No Prio in the top lane, but the slow field is there. The stun is blocked. The fear going to come through. But really heads up play there from Scooby-Doo to realize what happened in the previous game. Go and match that level 4 gank coming out from Maru. Good job there from RIZE.
Yeah, carries on reset timers, and so Scooby-Doo indeed has the opportunity to make something happen on the map. Ooh. Is able to... It's more protecting Xiaomei than getting the kill here, as Shmeon will take a little bit of a trade. Colders, of course, is able to pick up the level 5 a lot sooner, having not stepped away from the lane for a moment. As TP's burned by both of the mid laners. Zephyr, again, is going to build up a bit of a CS advantage, but of course, that's just the nature of this range versus melee. How close is Combos to level 6, though? Because if he might end up finding himself in a bit of trouble here, as the damage here is quite hefty. Flashes forward. Shmeon will also flash out. Combos not able to find that level 6, and it's Ryan Gosling picking up first blood.
Chef's kiss, knowing your limits and staying within them. Cold Rose there. Overextends just a little bit too much. Shmeon playing that masterful baiting game. And one of the champions that can match the early stats of this Mordekaiser is the Udyr here, right? Just deals so much damage.
Yeah.
And
Maokai's very good at surviving in that early stage as well. The sap magic keeping him topped up.
And so
as
RIZE,
go through the laning phase.
For the first time in the series, have the kill lead and have the gold lead. We'll have to see what they do with it.
I mean, first kill onto the Udyr especially is very, very nice. It
8
means
dashes and the boots
Ryan Gosling. Exactly, yeah. That's going to be a huge bump to his damage, to his clear speed. Will allow them to have basically the lion's share of the choice of their early objective. It looks like Dragon may well be the choice, considering the priority that has already been secured in the mid lane. But of course, Xiaomei does need to be careful. Mara is not too far away from level 6. In fact, we see Shmeon walking out of top lane to try and potentially spot out Mara. He will do so now, I think, as he is starting off the grubs.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be no
those up, I believe, should get him 6.
Xiaomei took a really bad trade against Aurora. No between worlds anymore. They get blown. No teleport here. We've seen this mid lane. Zephyr against Xiaomei. It's just been so Zephyr advantaged every single time. Now, it is Aurora versus a short range champion. She's obviously going to have a pretty bang old time in that scenario. But This was a counter picked by Xiaomi, remember? And I really don't want to like. We'll have to see as the game goes on. Of course, could find some really impactful plays on this Yone, but they played stuff like the Ari. They played stuff like the Yone. I don't know. I feel like maybe you have to try and look for something a little bit more utility if you're just going to be falling behind like this in the laning phase.
I mean, this disadvantage is somewhat expected, but yeah, I get exactly where you're coming from of the point of view that, yeah, even if you're meant to lose this matchup, being 17 CS behind at 7 minutes is a number that you're not really wanting to see. Obviously, you know what? I remember 2013, 2014 maths. It was like 15 CS, or I think it was 13 CS was basically gold equivalent to a kill. So in this lane, Zephyr effectively has a kill up on Xiaomi here, and you can definitely feel it.
You can see it reflects in the gold advantage as well. Just like getting that first kill, RIZE, unable to secure a CS lead in the top lane, unable to secure anything in mid lane. Yeah, gold lead has flipped back over to Cold Rose simply off that CS. And in the mid lane, it's also just a little bit of a component ahead here for Zephyr. It's going to be very interesting to see how these leads come into play at these second objective spawns, right? And the grubs come back up when Dragon comes back up. Because we saw how well Emrys played off their first item spikes in the previous match. I was confident on RIZE going into this game, but now I'm getting a little bit nervous.
We said their composition is good on paper, and I very much like to see what they do with it. But yeah, the numbers of game one just continue to ring through my brain that Emrys were so dominant. Right now, though, they're doing just fine. You see that Bunkleen has had to play a little bit more defensively. DDD is already level 6, has built up a little bit of a CS advantage because Ares was not there. Now we're just waiting to see when this next play will come down. Maru has hit that level 6 mark, now level 7 actually, so can look to influence any of these lanes at a moment's notice.
Something interesting to note is that neither Mordekaiser is pretty alright, but like Aurora, not the greatest champion on a dive, right? And they have been pushing in the lanes here. Maru has had this ult for quite some time, level 7, almost level 8. About to get my words, because he's about to use it on the stack wave top lane. Pullback doesn't quite land. There comes
the flash,
lands it twice. Locked in the cage with Cold Rose, dodges one, decimating smashed. Just gonna get ulted a little bit. Does have the time though. Nicely done by Shmail to make their way out of it.
Has to burn flash and the ultimate, but gets on out perfectly safe. No summoners were committed, of course, by the side of Emrys, so a repeat gank is very much possible. But when your first Nocturne ultimate is just getting a flash, you are not feeling amazing about that.
Definitely want to be finding same sort of leads you were seeing in the previous match. But blowing all those cooldowns from Shmail doesn't have to teleport quite yet. Means these grubs likely to go over to Emrys. They've moved up Ares as well.
That could be potentially very, very nasty, since they've already picked up that first 3. Obviously, in game 1, we saw them denying 6 grub setup away from RIZE. So if they were able to pick it up for themselves, that could be a harbinger of dastardly things to come.
Xiaomi does have
TP being used. Yeah, going on into the mid lane here.
Oh, but that's Vamp Scepter, not what you want to be fighting over. Vamp Scepter and Boots, not what you want to be fighting.
Yeah, he's not Aurelia.
Yeah. I don't think you can fight this if you're RIZE. Pushing up like this, with outside of something like a massive
denying the 6 grubs could be worth it, though, if Ryan Gosling can get in. They do have the bailout as well. They look to go forwards. They need to get the smite in quickly, though. Shmion doesn't have the ultimate, looking for the angle backline. Running
in to Mordekaiser and this Aurora, popping that between worlds, hits onto 4. Maru flashes out, the arrow connects. Mail will survive. Xiaomi actually doing great work. I thought it'd be a bit of a disaster here for RIZE, but they managed to take the fight. They've got some left in them still. Xiaomi over the wall, a double kill for this Yone, and I'm forced to eat my words.
2 for the Udyr, 2 for the Yone. It looked rough for RIZE, but they are able to find the fight that they want. They are able to deny the 6 grubs away from Emrys. They flip the gold back towards their favor, and it's exactly on the people you want it on. The Udyr is huge. The Yone is scaling up nicely. Shmion has been involved in all 5 kills thus far, but just needs the assists. He's going to be an absolute wall of wood as this game continues onwards. And Emrys perhaps feeling a little overconfident walking into that one.
Yeah.
Shmion finds the target he wants, and they're able to run it through from there.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well. I think it might have been a really good, like a hostile takeover from Scooby. I didn't quite see overall the visual effects.
It was a combination of many things.
Combination of many big circles placed on top of each other.
Pretty much, honestly.
See here, though, they're
looking
fighting
towards
the
next Drake.
They do have the gold lead. They haven't gone back and spent. Engage onto Maokai. Quite a lot blown already. Surviving with that sap magic. Nocturne
So
power comes through, but Maru's
Why
already
are you going
dead.
On the Nocturne?
I don't know. It's very
Why
strange.
are you going on the Maokai? You're not killing him. He's already got the Spectre's Cowl. And he's already got a surplus of armor and magic resist. He's got the health. Sap magic from all of the spells you were throwing at him is going to continually top him up as well. It does look like they want to continue contesting this.
Zephyr about to get theirs. Glacial Fisher coming through soon as well. DDT has the
very
Ashes,
low.
not much else.
Zephyr
Walking
looking
in, does find the engage. Bunklean very caught out, does manage to find a
Bailout
flash away. Bailout will come through. Schmeon will survive. Zephyr gets the kill eventually. DDD walking up. Now comes in Jame from the side. The space between the kill actually picked up by Zephyr there. But in the end, nobody picks up that Drake. And I think that's still going to feel pretty good for RIZE.
Absolutely is. We're talking... The early advantage is stacking up very, very nicely for them. Yes, they give up Shmion here, but again, it's the tank line. It's the Maokai. He does not care about dying in these fights. If Ryan Gosling goes unchecked, if Xiaomei goes unchecked, if DDD, if any of these carries go unchecked and are able to play with impunity, then Emrys is having a really rough day.
Yeah, they definitely are. Sorry about that. You couldn't hear that, by the way, Brack. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Anyway, I do also want to point out, Udyr here is 5-0-3 and has 10 stacks on their Dark Seal. But actually, can we have a cheeky peek at the gold? Just I like seeing numbers that go up big. I'm playing a lot of, as I said, mentioned a lot at the start. Oof. 2,000 gold lead, an extra 800 effectively from those Dark Seal stacks as well. This Udyr, you are not winning a fight against him if you're Emrys, especially not if you're engaging onto the Maokai, and now they just have impunity to take this Herald. It's a totally different game from last time.
And we're looking at Ryan Gosling again. You mentioned how critical he was in their previous series. Paranoia coming through. Maru looking for an angle to jump in towards the backline, try and contest this Herald. DDD doesn't have a flash, is getting jumped on here.
Hostile takeover, blocked by the Brawn.
Comes straight on through.
Oh no, Coldro's in the backline. This is a much more fractured fight. They do find a pick back onto Maru. The cleanse is not quite so clean from the bum. Now Ryan Gosling chasing them down. Coldro finds one back. Oh no, this Mordekaiser is very, very powerful. Not quite as powerful as Ryan Gosling. In the end, though, it's going to be a triple kill over to Xiaomei. Herald picked up as well.
That was a 4v5, however, so Zephyr should be able to pick up the tier 1 turret in the bot lane.
Ooh, we're getting a bit of a feed issue. Just 1 second.
Xiaomei.
There we go.
It's
fine.
We're doing okay.
Don't worry about it.
Zephyr, you're meant to not get hit by the turrets. Let your minions do that, bro. They will be able to pick up first turret as well. So a little bit of extra gold that could have gone into the pockets of RIZE is denied. And they maintain the gold advantage around 3,000 right now. Emrys, they've got a composition that plays through to the later stages of the game pretty well, though. I'm looking at that Yone, though, and feeling pretty concerned. Xiaomei, with 5 kills to his name, is potentially going to be a big, big problem if this game does go late. Which, if Emrys are going to turn it around, they may need to do it in the not too distant future. 2 minutes until the next Drake. Obviously, Soul Point not on the table yet for RIZE, but this Drake would be the one to set that up. Mountain Soul as well would be something RIZE would be very, 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 very happy to have.
Well, Xiaomi here, about to get collapsed on by Maru Zephyr. Ryan Gosling, though, on the flank. How much time
He's right here.
can he buy? Now going for the re-engage. Ult connect onto
Gets him.
both of them. Their fate is sealed. Zephyr will fall. Maru shortly behind. And that dragon, I feel like it's going to very likely head into the pockets of Rise off that pick. The vision should be perfect around Drake. We'll have to see. Maybe, I don't know what Emirates even decide to do here.
It is a struggle. Obviously, Mara and Zephyr are going to be back up in time for the Drake, but this allows Rise to set up a large amount of vision here. They'll pick up a second turret going into the pockets of, again, the two champions you want it to right now. If DDD doesn't get huge, that's not a problem. Ashe is still going to be a valuable contributor to your team's efforts, and not just through the ultimate. The slows and the stacking damage from the Ranger's focus do mean quite a lot.
I mean, it's not like she's behind either. You have to look at the kills.
No,
I'm getting. Wait, hold on. Have I?
bang even.
I haven't do this. Right. So I just want to double check. I haven't accidentally put the teams on the wrong side, right? I haven't messed
No,
up.
no. This is Rise. Perhaps Red side is just that OP, and whichever team gets it will have this advantage as the series continues. But Rise making me making a statement here, because yeah, they got handsed in game one. Like, I don't feel the need to mince words there. Game number 2, they are the ones causing they're the ones, who the diff is favoring. Ryan Gosling already with 2 completed items, one of which is the heart steal. So he's going to be incredibly hard to kill, doing a ridiculous amount of damage, being nigh impossible to get away from in certain situations.
You can't look.
They're
For
already
this.
starting
It's
off the break there.
desperation. Knock
Baron
up
needs to go
onto
over the
2.
wall.
Does manage to get absolutely nothing. Maru falls as well. No steal coming through there. You don't buy yourself that extra time. It feels like you're already in desperation playing mode if you're Emirates, which is kind of funny, right? I know it's 12 kills advantage for Rise. Gold lead is only about 4,500, which is not good, but it is recoverable. But Maru, not been able to find much at all. The first ult in the top lane not quite going their way. And it feels like it's just been sort of the story of the game.
It's the feast and famine nature of Nocturne as a champion. It's why that there's the sort of... I think the meme is perhaps a little overplayed, but if you don't get anything off your first ultimate, you are quite often outvalued by champions that just do more than you do. And I mean, being an incredibly fed Udyr certainly helps.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does. We did see in the top lane there, Cold Roast, a pretty good trading against Mail. I'm going to take an even better one here. Kill.
There's no flash.
Almost certain to
He's
come
dead.
through. Does have that unending despair. Q comes out. Actually going to be able to survive. Never mind.
Nope.
Pull back. Oh.
Healing's
This is
good, though.
no way.
Very
This
good.
is. How are you
was this?
living? How are you living? The
Team
Ashe
coming
Arrogance
in,
as
Arrow
well.
Lands.
Oh my gosh. I don't.
Shmeon.
We talk about Rise
We
keeping
saw
them
some
mental.
glimmers.
Oh
We
man.
saw some glimmers of this in game 1, but this man on tanks just hit different.
That was disgusting. I think that's it's like the most I
don't know.
I have no words. I have no words. He was 100 health for about 15 seconds there, and Cobra just didn't have the damage
Yeah,
to put him
felt that
down.
way. I don't know. Cold Rose might not be all that cold right now. I'd be pretty red in the face if that had just been done to me.
I don't know. I think he just got put in the icebox, man.
Let's hope he can chill out, ready for upcoming team fights. 3 minutes until a potential soul for Rise, as they have flipped the script around from game 1. They are the ones with this considerable advantage. As you say, the gold lead that they have right now isn't quite as severe as Emirates did in game number 1, but they are still in an incredibly dominant position. They still have an Udyr and a Yone that are incredibly fed, and a Renata to back them up. So try and burst one of these down. You're going to have to deal with bailout. And of course, the entire rest of the team is still going to be hitting at least someone. If that person gets even an assist, then they come right on back. And both of them have forms of self-sustain to keep even that low bailout revive health being pretty darn relevant.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Emirates really don't have that many X Factor tools to get back into the game. Like a Nocturne onto someone, maybe a Cold Rose, Realm of Death, picking somebody up,
We've
but it
seen
just
the Maokai
seems...
ults.
Yeah,
We've
it's...
seen the Nocturne ults, though. They've not done enough yet. And when
Yeah,
you've only got a Stride Breaker and a couple of Ruby Crystals,
you're going pop.
you're just not scared. You're
Especially
not
into
scared of
Renata.
this Nocturne.
Especially into the Renata.
Exactly.
Well, they got to pull something out the hat. Maybe a flank from Cold Rose. Maybe walk as 5, try and get some vision in red side, bot jungle around this dragon, because it will, I think, be so pivotal. Nocturne, miserable against the Mountain Drake. So is the Aurora. Hell, Varus sometimes really needs to chomp people down 100-0. Going to be a lot less able to find those snipes with the arrows, as if the Mountain Soul is picked up. It's going to be... I think the game's going to be decided within... well, just after the next minute.
Yeah, the next 60 seconds are going to be absolutely crucial. Rise are the ones with the vision advantage, and unless Emrys send multiple members as a concerted sort of effort together, they aren't in a position where they can really just walk into the river here. Scooby-Dooby-Doo putting that vision down. Xiaomei also dropping that ward down in the tri-brush. Any attempt to reach this dragon pit by Emrys is going to be taken note of. As they see Ares here spotted out as he makes his way towards the river.
Third item here picked up for Ryan Gosling, aka Matt. Well, 3.5. You consider the Dark Steel. You can see how... well, it's not going to kill a Braum, really. But, you know, you can see how tanky
He's
this
just
guy's
getting the
gonna
Heart
be.
Steel.
Yeah, it's
Just getting the Heart Steel proc. That's all he needs right now.
Stonks maxing.
They're pretty maxed. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say...
Ares technically. Ares steals away the Rift Scuttle.
Alright, do that again. Do it again. Do it again.
It's going to make.
Against the dragon this time.
With another Xiaomei going in.
That's your tankiest member chunked out half health.
Arrow.
Cold Rose maybe going for
What
it.
now, though?
Arrow comes through, doesn't quite connect. Steal away by Nocturne. That's 5 more minutes brought. That's 1 dead, though. And, you know, you've kind of gone out of the frying pan into the fire here, because it's going to be a move towards the Baron for RIZE.
Yeah, makes a perfect sense. They don't actually care too much about losing that Drake. If they got it, then fantastic. Now that they've lost it, does it really make that much difference? They're not killing, like, they're not struggling that much in killing Emrys right now.
Ooh, teleport comes through. They realize they have to fight this in the 4v5.
Forwards. There's no ultimate.
You start the fake sealed, you start the grasping roots here for Shmeon. It's so difficult to walk in. The engage comes through. Fate sealed onto none. But Ares slowed up, knocked up, taken down. Shmeon unkillable. The Baron is dead, and the collapse is now through. Shmeon just getting tickled by the Varus, forced to flash away. Actually, Cold Rose does find DDD in the back. Ryan Gosling not able to get in. So you do strip a couple of Barons off the members of RIZE, but that's still pretty good. I look for more. Xiaomei over the wall, knocked up, bummed clean, taken down, flushed away. Teleport now coming through. It's just an extension after extension here for Emrys. Maybe trying to find something, but you committed so many resources just to get a mid turret, and now you blow the ult on Zephyr. Maybe trying to find some more. Ryan Gosling will not fall. And you do get a second turret. You do get the objective bounty from that. But that's a lot of tempo you've missed out on.
A lot of cooldowns expended. A lot committed to try and mitigate the Baron play. They only take it off the Ashe. There is a huge wave shoving in the top lane right now. Zephyr will go and collect it. I imagine about half of it will be dead by the time he gets there, though. And still, the gold lead is only 6,500, but RIZE are completely and utterly in control of this game. Xiaomei, despite having a little bit of a rough lane, has really come out to play. He is shining in this game. 3 items completed. And he is ready to melt pretty much anyone put before him.
This is the Yone of my solo queue games. That's all I have to say. And for what do you even do? Nobody's tanky enough to stand out to him. The best hope you got is maybe Cold Rose, but look at how many resistances he has. None. No armor items purchased on anyone except that locket for the Braum. I just haven't had the economy for it, and it feels like just
Yeah.
a little bit of a slip up in the fight for Emrys. It's a bit like, you know, that Margaret Thatcher quote. I think Emrys kind of have to get lucky a bunch of times in these fights. RIZE only have to get lucky once for the pick here. They got so many tools to do it with as well.
They can just walk waves in, all 5 of them, towards the bottom side of the rift because they feel that confident. They know that the members of Emrys are not here.
How the
Ari's
hell
going to
do
be
you
able to
walk up into
absorb
this?
that.
First tower dead, Shmeon getting
That's the
tickled.
neat
Ult
part.
in
No.
Jaume. Shield bow propped so very
damage.
low. Berserk,
Oh,
the
no.
hostile takeover.
no.
Oh my lord. Bumclean
Killed by your
betrays
own
their
Varus.
teammate Cold Rose. Trying to wade through, but teleport back in by this Yone. That's 1 dead already. And then the total reversal of that first game. I think RIZE are going to be able to take it here.
30 seconds until Cold Rose comes back up. 20 for Ares. If the waves can get cleared out,
They're
then
going
maybe
for it.
we're okay. Should be on TPs to the wrong minion, actually, but he is coming back through between
Oh.
worlds drops.
That's a dead Aurora. He's just jumping back into melee range of other champions. Slowed up, taken down. DDD and Shmeon claiming the last few. Jaume will take his first death to the turret. Apart from that flawless game.
Lost.
Yeah, he died. Honestly, can't believe this guy anything. Just kidding, of course. RIZE here. We said they had to show something a little bit more in the second game, and by God, have they.
It might be the 3rd day because they have risen and the dragons are the ones being slain this time. I'm about to make a panoply of just religious references. The St. George's of the day. Taking that one down. But that's a turnaround. That is what we needed to see from RIZE. I don't know if game 1 was just a warm-up and they're now actually here to play, or if Red Side really is just that OP. But that is a complete reversal of what we saw in game number 1. RIZE taking the fight all the way to Emrys, and this time around, Emrys were not capable of dealing with it.
Feels like we talked about RIZE being a momentum-based team. I think both these teams might be a bit momentum-based in these games. It seems whoever finds an early advantage, it just snowballs out of control. Maru there, not being able to find anything on that Nocturne, sort of spelled death for Emrys. We'll have to see if they pivot away from the champion they picked up twice in a row after getting spotted out by that Hawk shot. And we'll have to see how Emrys choose to adapt. I presume they'll be heading over to red side. And while they do that, we're going to be heading over to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got a series on our hands. Game 3 coming up in a minute.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the fight
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you've had a moment to digest that game. I certainly have.
Boo.
And I also wrote some notes down as well, but the notes literally said Herald fight. I don't know what that really means.
Well, it was a bit
That
of a-
was kind of
there's just a lot of fighting in general, man. It was a bit of a decisive play there for Rise, obviously, but
I
just
love how
felt like-
prior to that we were
Yeah.
both like, I don't know how this is going to go, and then
Mm.
all of a sudden, all hell broke loose, and suddenly Emrys were dead.
yeah,
was
I'll hand up my play-by-play credentials. Somebody
True
started doing
credit,
it
though.
again earlier.
I have given many props to Shmion in that game, but I want to give a special props for that play, which literally set up the tone for the rest of the game. Getting the W onto Zephyr made it so that this Aurora was not able to play the fight effectively, which of course allowed Xiaomei to play pretty much unregulated, and it ended up, well, we saw how it ended up. And looking at the stats, we also saw, of course, during the break, well, we saw, it was funny to see how most of the members, the individual members, actually from Emrys were doing more damage, but it didn't matter because Ryan Gosling, aka Matt, did more than double Mara's damage, and I think we can say that by the sort of law of squares, that was the Nocturne just wasn't a factor in this game, unlike the terror it was for Mara in game 1.
It seems like a series defined by its junglers somewhat. The first game, Maru just really put on the clinic was what was getting Emrys those advantages around the map. I mean, obviously as well. Calderas on the Aatrox did a great job. But yeah, in the second game, huge kudos to Ryan Gosling, and obviously it's a great player to Xiaomei, great player to Shmail as well. Not to discount DDD or Scooby-Dooby-Doo either, but they switched up. They came up with a better plan, and they've given us a proper series on our hands, unfortunately, for my poor voice. Means I expect there's going to be a lot of shouting happening in this next game as well. Both these games have been so volatile. We should be getting into draft in just a second. So getting in, oh, I lied. We're not getting in a second. We're getting into draft just about now. What do you want to see?
Well, I mean, we already saw Emrys back onto the red side for game number 3, which was very much to be expected. Basically, I'm looking at their bans here to see if they identify the reason they lost as any particular champion. Like, maybe we could see that Udyr hit the bench. Of course, Gwen is still going to fall off. That is that pick that Ryan Gosling is the most known for. The question becomes whether Emrys is willing to relinquish any of the bans that they'd done in game 1, game 2 to harder focus the jungle. Because, of course, Xiaomei did plenty of work in that last game as well.
Indeed they did. Indeed they did. Instead, looks like they're just going to start running it back for the moment. Gwen, Nico, we've seen these before. Aatrox once again banned out here by Rise. I like that. Not repeating the mistake of that first game. Not giving over that blind on R3 with the double ban to protect. Likely. I mean, they haven't looked it in yet, but I'd like to see this Aatrox ban.
Not a bad shout at all now that Emrys are back on the red side. And if Rise feel pretty confident with how game 2 went, then of course they can...
What is it with draft all these days? Just not playing nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have the Aatrox ban. We have a Galio ban as well. Exactly the same run back on the ban. Shmayon locking in that Maokai.
be wanting it. So, I mean, he had a fantastic game number 2 with it, so I'm not mad. It also doesn't give all that much away. Again, they could look to flex it, but considering Shimion's performance in game 2, I feel like they can just go, hey, we're going to blind pick our top laner, and, like, what now? What are you going to do about it, Eris?
We're going to go back to the Jinx. I like it a lot better than the Varus. You know, despite Varus's power kind of being in the early game, Bunkling couldn't get that much happening, but did put in a really strong performance on the Jinx. Gives them a little bit more of that late game scaling as well, not so all in on getting those leads early on. And we'll have to see whether it be the Braum on 2, as it has been every single game for Ares.
Ares had a fantastic game 1, but his game 2 was not great. So the question becomes, was his game 1 so good because the team was so far ahead? Or was game 2 just a little bit of a
That's a
oopsie.
brawl, by the way. It's a brawl, so it was a brawl
Okay.
picked up here on that.
Ares still
R2.
just chilling on that one.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I don't hate it.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't think the brawl was so much the problem in the last game. So much it was the total collapse on the top side. Ashe though, now the plan for
Again?
RIZE. Yeah. I mean,
This is 3 games back to back to back with the Ashe for DDD.
got respect.
If it ain't broke, Scooby-Doo, of course, has the luxury of choosing a support here. I feel like it'd be something
way.
worthwhile doing.
There's no way.
That would be a message. I don't know if it would be a good message. It would be a very
2
good
seconds
way
left.
of. You could
Oh,
you could heavily
okay,
bully a Braum lane with a Vel'Koz, but I do think the Renata was just too valuable in game number 2, and of course it now means that B4, B5 you can lock in 2 powerful picks like you did with the Udyr and the Yone, and just know that they are going to be well supported.
Yeah, and we've seen just how strong this core here from RIZE was in the previous match, right? Obviously, a lot of the actual momentum towards victory came from Ryan Gosling and from Xiaomei. They got the lion's share of the kills.
Alright.
We see Xin Zhao locked in here though. For
Throwing away the Nocturne here, yeah. So the Xin Zhao, a champion that of course doesn't wholly rely on just jumping into the back line, as Nocturne kind of does with the Paranoia, is going to be able to absorb a hell of a lot of damage on the front lines as well with the Crescent Guard. I think I like this if Emrys are indexing into just like, okay, we're just going to fight the 5v5, then Shen is definitely going to be a much better pick there.
Worth noting also that the Yone that was so strong for Xiaomei came in as an R5, right? Not going to have that luxury in this game, I assume. I think you're much more comfortable choosing a top lane here for Emrys, even if this Maokai does get flexed into the jungle, still a very real possibility. I don't know, I think Cold Rose had such a strong showing on that Aatrox. Maybe they're a bit of a one trick. I'm not too sure. I haven't done my research well enough. But I think should be able to still handle a lot of what's going on in top lane, especially if you're going back to something a lot simpler, something a lot more front to back, right?
Well, there's that Udyr gone.
Udyr banned out, yes. Production's whispering
I
in my
mean-
ear.
Yeah, well, I think
Hold on.
after what Ryan Gosling did in game number 2, that is perfectly reasonable to take away. One final ban awaiting from RIZE here. And to follow on from your previous statement, yeah, I feel like you just need to kind of lock in top lane here. Zephyr, like, game 1 was pretty much dictated by... Never mind, going back to the Aurora. Game 1 was pretty much dictated by how strong the Syndra was. And game 2 was quite heavily showing just how good the Yone was. So, effectively initiating the run back is quite interesting. If Xiaomei wants to go for it again, of course, there's plenty of other options for him to pick into the mid lane here. What we're looking for right now is that mid lane response,
Well, you
or
gotta
something
remember,
to tell us.
I do want to point out,
Ooh,
obviously,
call.
Xiaomei did have a really good game on the Yone, but was bleeding really heavily early on against Zephyr in this mid lane, right? It all kind of fell apart when he got the triple kill around those grubs. I think Emrys might just be looking at it and being like, nah, we're just not going to let that happen again. We're not going to let Yone snowball. We're going to be a little bit more secure and things. We're not going to flip it all on top side, and we're just going to let Zephyr play it out through the mid lane. Wukong as well. Interesting pick up here for RIZE.
Rejecting modernity.
Embracing Monkey, and
Just a straight up Lux.
sorry, is that a Lux? Hold on, let me check.
I
chat.
mean,
is this
outrange the Aurora and she has a rough time. Lux is just going to be able to exist outside of Aurora's effective range. She's going to have to jump forward if she wants to do anything useful. Now, of course, if you get Maru in, Lux might struggle a little bit. The question is, Cold Rose, what's he going to close it out with? Something that can cut down Shmeon's tree. Going to be the Darius lock-in. So, Emrys back to a much more aggressive style of wanting to play to their individual lane advantages. I do like this mid lane pickup for Xiaomei, though. I think it's nice. It means that he's well set up to just be kind of chilling into Zephyr for the better part of the lane phase. That is to say, of course, if Maru is warded out and warded off from influencing this mid lane.
Lux isn't really something you see in the mid lane at all, but they get some buffs recently. Got some buffs to I say recently. I've been playing League for 10, 11 years.
Way too long.
And maybe it was a season ago, but they get some buffs to her wave clear, I believe. Also, something that's not really talked about with Lux mid lane much is she's really good to hit confirm on CC, right?
Yep.
The binding, if you land that, first of all, it's good tool for catching out on its own. But second of all, if an arrow comes through, hits someone, the binding is going to be able to combo on top of that. She's going to be able to dump all her spells and burst them out. Now, you're not going to be able to burst out the Xin Zhao. Probably going to be able to burst out anyone except Aurora and Jinx, but if they get clipped by a little bit of
They're
CC,
the ones you want to burst out anyway.
yeah, and these games have been won on these sort of decisive plays, won and lost, right?
Definitely.
So I do like the little bit of an X factor here coming in from the Lux.
And conversely, the fact that Scooby-Doo is playing Renata again means that if Emrys try and do the opposite, burst out a single target, then Bailout may give Ryze enough time, if they're aggressive enough with the counterpunch, to keep that player alive by reviving them through the Bailout.
Also got a lot of team fight engage coming through. They got Maokai,
Oh, yes.
Wukong. Be very, very nasty. I mean, Emrys does have a lot going on. Jinx can have a lot of agency as the game goes on. Darius as well, always a bit of an X factor, even on the side lane, even in the lane. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on that top. But heading into game 3, who do you think is going to be taking the advantage heading into game number 4?
Now, I'm not biased, but rejecting modernity is something that I like to do at times. And the particular combination of Wukong plus Renata is going to make this monkey really, really, really hard to kill. It's like, okay, warrior trickster, you have to figure out, you can do mind games. A lot of Wukong players have stopped trying to do the stop juke mind games of yore, which is a little bit sad, because when I pull it off in solo queue, which happens more often than you might think, it is the most chef's kiss moment that is going to happen in that game. Then put a bailout on top of that. Then put a loyalty program shield on top of that. Got a Lux as well. Her shields are going to be pretty good considering she's just going full AP. And then over the top DDD throwing arrows, Shmion being that big beefy body that they need in the front line. I'm really liking RIZE this time around. The question is it enough to beat the red side buff?
We'll have to wait and see. I'm somewhat skeptical myself. But I know, to hell with it. They've beaten every other team in the lower bracket. They've lost a lot of game ones in the lower bracket as well, if I remember. RIZE Gaming, I think they're going to pull it out. I think they're going to take us to a 2-1, but we'll have to see how things shake out on the Rift. We're going to go to break for just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Things are really heating up in this best of 5.
Back out onto the rift. Let's do it again for game number 3. 1-1. All the wins on red side thus far. We'll see if Emrys can make it 3 for 3 or if RIZE will continue their meteoric advance up towards the title of Division 2 champions. And
Yeah, it's all to play for. All to play for still. Nothing.
this series has been great
The
so
series has
far.
been
I've
great. And
loved
we're
it.
2 games in, man.
Expectations of the momentum from RIZE coming into game 1, they get absolutely smashed. It's like, oh, is this going to be a quick series? RIZE are like, let me stop you right there. Allow us to introduce ourselves properly this time. They get a big cataclysmic win in game number 2. Now we come on to the rift for game number 3. I see a little bit of movement in here from RIZE. Tried to spot out Mario on his early clear.
Yeah, just gonna get that ward down. They got that ward down every single game. And what I'm really interested to see is if Emrys have counter-adapted to RIZE's adaptation to their level 4 mid lane gang. It's been something that Mario's gone for every single game. Been counter-ganked by Ryan Gosling to various levels of success. And we'll have to see if Mario actually chooses to change it up. I mean, obviously, I understand, once again, the Xiaomei taunt buff coming through. But depending on if RIZE and DDD and Scooby can get push in the spot lane as well. I know. I've really got to keep an eye on Mario to see if they go for that gank.
In games 1 and 2, it was the red side bot lane that had the advantage, and it is seemingly again the case. Bumclean and Ares clearing the wave out, at least initially, faster than DDD and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Level 2s coming through into the mid lane. We can already see, though, Xiaomei is just more comfortable in this situation. Has a generally longer range. It does help if you land your skill shots, though, I find.
Ow. And it helps if you don't get a really bad trade back as well from Zephyr. Still, though,
I tell you, it's 2024 champion design.
Look, Xiaomei struggled a couple of times, didn't they? Right, we're used to this. It's somewhat to be expected. Luck's gonna let you farm away from range, and it's kind of that more defensive mid laner that I was talking about, wanting to see in that game too. Now that was before the Yone pop-off performance. Tomorrow isn't actually spotted out on the Raptors. The ward has died.
They can still infer, though, because they didn't spot him while the ward was alive.
Yeah.
That he would have likely started from the opposite side of the rift. And so, Ryan Gosling not too worried about how these is going. Zephyr going to take the worst side of a trade.
Ow.
That electrocute is nasty.
Really is. It really is. Just chunking him down. Xiaomei does have to be careful. Obviously, we'll have the range advantage as the game goes on. We'll have that artillery power to just say, nope, I will not engage with you to Aurora and to Zephyr. But for now, I'm going to be struggling just a little bit. We see here Maru. Oh, he's level 4. You know what time it is. But it seems like RIZE don't, despite being here for the... I actually do have that ward down on top side River Bush. Gonna take the crab. We're looking to reset though, but so is Xiaomei. Potentially.
And there's Maru resetting as well, so no level 4 gank this time around, despite it being prophesized. See the step forward, DDD. Again, gonna get a quick little recall off. I think this is the first game that DDD has gone for the early call pickup himself, though. We've seen Bumclean do it both times.
Yeah.
But time around, yeah, DDD that's going to go for that. Zephyr is basically completely out of mana, so we'll need to take a reset pretty soon. To his credit, Xiaomei has been able to keep his mana pretty well intact, which means, of course, he's now well positioned to take trades.
Hasn't had to blow in the teleport as well, as we've seen. I think should be just fine. Yeah, you can definitely see the range advantage come into play here. Just doesn't, after taking those chunky trades, not wanting to engage at all. Interestingly enough as well, we see Shmeon pushing in on this top side, right? Gonna actually manage to find that crash against Cold Rose. Gonna find a reset as well. Overall, things look a little bit less volatile in this one.
Yeah, no crazy advantages being gained early on just yet. neither team really looking to start the objectives that quickly either. Red side push has been somewhat established for Bumclean and Ares. You see the vision that they have established outside this bottom lane as well. But of course, as of yet, Bumclean has been unable to take a reset, and so now we'll see the bot lane from RIZE get that priority. And it's timed pretty damn nicely as Ryan Gosling is going to be showing up towards this bot side river. Jaume can, for the most part, at least get this wave in towards tower, force the TP out from Zephyr, and of course, they have their own ready and waiting.
Now, we're going to see the trade we always see here, I think. There's no way that Malka is going to want to walk in to contest. Skank obviously won't come through onto Maru. Just going to walk up, take the grubs. A little bit of bish bash bosh book opening here for both these teams. And as I say that, no, Maru will return and will pick up the grubs.
Yeah, just bring down a little bit of vision to keep himself informed as to whether or not RIZE want to do anything to stop him. I don't think it is likely, especially since Zephyr has now just pushed in the mid wave towards Jaume. We'll be able to walk out and ensure that this pickup goes as planned. Cold Rose as well is able to keep Shmion away from the entrance to the river, so it will be a nice clean pickup of 3 grubs for Emrys.
Yep, looks like they are just chilling. Now, of course, you do want to get something going early on, right? You do have Ashe and Renato. You're probably going to wait for level 6 though on that Ashe before you really try and find something. But yeah, interesting to see that neither jungler has really tried to make anything happen too much in this early game. Very stark contrast to the previous match, but maybe that's just the dynamic of the Nocturne.
May well be. First resets coming through. Tunnelers picked up for both junglers. Mario, however, with that slight extra bit of farm, has got level 6 secured. I say that just as Ryan Gosling ticks over to level 6 also. But yeah, neither jungler able to get anything done right now, which I do believe quite heavily favors the Wukong, as Xin Zhao does have the tools to make early ganks happen very effectively, and he's been unable to do so.
He really has, he really has. I do see Xin Zhao's value continuing to go up though as the game goes on, right? Ashe and Lux. Very much the sort of champions you want to be able to have that crescent guard against. Also, Wukong, the only real melee damage threat on the side of RIZE. I think Xin Zhao is still going to provide value even if they don't find these ganks early on. But yeah, Wukong eating good, has that level 6. Working towards that level 11 power spike as well. Going to take a while to get there, of course.
The damage difference between a level 1 and level 2 Wukong ultimate is actually comical.
Yeah, it's really nuts.
A lot of people don't respect it, and when they don't respect it, they die. They die real bad.
Looks like Ryan Gosling looking to make the first gank of the game. Trying to hover here. Zephyr though, smells a bit of a rat. Not gonna be able to find anything. Just backs off.
I mean, outside of landing light binding onto Zephyr, there's not really anything to find, quite frankly.
A lot more passive, as he said before, both these teams coming out. So yeah, things look towards second grub spawning up in the next minute and a half-ish. Actually, they got started up quite late, maybe 2 minutes. Maybe it'll be concurrent spawn with Dragon on the bot side. But I expect we'll see those trade away as well. I do want to highlight this top lane a little bit. We talked about how Darius needs to be finding sort of early lead, or really wants to be finding early lead, using the early dueling power against. So never mind. In the bot lane, there's a play. Arrow connects onto Bumclean. Flash, flash, flash. Bumclean makes it out. Ares dropping very low. Hop in from Zephyr. Between worlds comes from it. Xiaomei is here. First blood will not be answered. Actually, DDD running down the Aurora, forcing out the flash as well. Nicely played by RIZE in the bot lane.
Great start out for RIZE there. Ryan Gosling again able to pick up the first blood, so we'll be able to dictate the tempo somewhat. Jaume,
the Scorch!
Get the damage there. It's Scorch onto Bumclean to take it down, and they're going to continue to push this one in. There's no ultimate for quite some time on Jaume. Is he paying attention? Maru does get a little ways out, but Crescent Guard will be able to secure the kill. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. All he's going to be able to do is drop the handshake and walk away. Still definitely beneficial for the side of RIZE here, and they've got a minute until the Drake spawns, so they're not losing an objective for it.
Yeah, and I think that's just the consequence of Maru being on the opposite side of the map, and rather than trying to go for the cross map, they come down and answer. Sure, you do get like a little bit back, but you're not going to get any damage on turrets. You're not going to get any plates. You're not going to be able to deny any waves. You're still down men in
Very
this
early
bot lane.
mid-trade here. Looks like Emrys is hard committing for this second set of grubs, sending Bumclean and Ares there to try and ensure that at least some Void Mites are picked up. Ryan Gosling aware of this now.
It's going to be a bit of a fiesta. Sorry, do you mind if we have a look at the items again, Observer, quickly? Just before the fight starts, if you've got time. Yes, completed items on the mid laners. Nothing else
Runes on
finished up. There's the land. Double ultimate already connects from Xiaomei, but that's a lot of Lux's burst gone. Hostile takeover connects onto two, I think three. Bumclean picked out. Ryan Gosling with that bailout as well will survive. And in the end, Bumclean getting caught out as happened a few times in this series. These grubs going to be denied from Emrys, and once again, it looks like the Rise show in the early game.
The tree falls in the forest. Apparently no one's there to hear it because Shmion again finds the flank angle, singles out Bumclean, which allows Ryan Gosling to survive the fight. They trade out on the Void Grubs, so no Void Mites for Emrys. Emrys will be able to pick up their first Drake of the game. It will be that Hextech one there, which is probably the best Drake to have a single one of, but obviously when you're looking to have that extra pushing power that the Void Mites give you, you're not going to be feeling great about this.
Yeah, no insane side lane pressure coming out from the Darius. You definitely... Chemsol. What a lovely one. Good for Darius. Good for the Xin Zhao as well, actually, but...
And really good. Honestly, just good for Rise in general, because Bailout leaves you at that low health point.
That's very true. Very true.
That fractionally additional health. But being able to pick up a turret plate there, but Rise do hold a slight gold lead right now, thanks to the early kills that they have picked up.
But fairly even in terms of itemization.
Yeah.
Right? Gold lead, even a little bit ahead for Maru, actually. They had despite holding the gold lead, I do think if there was a fight to break out 5v5, all of a sudden, Emrys would still be in the advantage. Game's far from over yet.
Yeah, but right now, I think the important thing is that Ryan Gosling picks up a completed item. There we go. Just finished the Sundered Sky. Before the Herald fight, which of course is a minute and a half away.
Oof. Not even close.
I mean, yeah, it's an Aurora.
Yeah, but you got to send those on Ash, you know. No objective coming out for the next 3 minutes. Might as well.
You miss 100% of the arrows you don't shoot.
That's so true. But yeah, not going to connect quite this time. Game's going into a bit of a lull state. Not going to have too much happen before this next dragon, I feel. I still don't think either team has the advantage to be able to force in quite the same way, except if they choose to fight over nothing, right? I think they can find a flank, find a pick onto someone. Yeah, this lane swap still continuing, letting Zephyr into this long lane, I think is very smart. Forces Xiaomei to come out a little bit further from their turret. Gives Bumclean a little bit less distance to get pushed in by this Ashe and Renata. Yeah, Zephyr just able to hit onto this bot lane turret.
Instead, they send Shmion towards the bottom lane, which is... I mean, he'll be all right, but he has just completed the Unending Despair, which does next to nothing into the Aurora. Ares looking for a catch, maybe.
Oh no, dashing by Ares is punished. Cyclone, Wukong damage. Doesn't even need the level 2 on their ultimate. So much DPS coming out from this monkey, picking up a double kill, and once again, Ryan Gosling finds the line.
Call him the Monkey King for good reason. Ryan Gosling, again, starting out fantastically in this game number 3. Remember what he was able to achieve on the Udyr in game number 2. And with this Wukong, who is so much better at target acquisition. Like, you can hit whoever you want, realistically, if you use your movement well on this champion. Bumclean has already been caught out and found out 3 times in this game. Shmion is getting chased down a little bit. I wonder if he wants to just turn this around, though.
I've seen Shmion survive these. I don't think it's very likely he's going down. The move speed's going to come out. The slow will come through. Zephyr does land the slow, doesn't quite have the rest. Doesn't want to use the ultimate quite yet. We'll just be fine. Invade here on the bot side, though, from Maru. Pretty wise there of Zephyr to hold the ult for the inevitable collapse and dive. We'll have to see how RIZE respond. Doesn't look like they're going for the cross map. Shmion.
I just try and dive Shmion.
Pops that ultimate, blocked up by that Unbreakable. Mario is here.
Ignited.
Scooby-Doo bailout. Arrow doesn't connect
Scooby.
onto anything. The engage is here before Renata
Oh, I
finds
can't
their
get there.
way. Flash out by Maru. Xiaomei teleport, not going to mean quite too much. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rift Herald has been proc. This is going to maybe be 2 turrets for Rise. It's a bit brave to go for that cross map, I guess, if you are Emrys. You do get a lot of damage on this top lane turret. Herald doesn't get the second charge either. So I think that actually does work out positive for Emrys, but that's only if Ares doesn't get caught quite here. Not quite.
Power Blast Cone's pretty good for an escape route, and we'll be able to get away from this one. Shmian, of course, dying means that he will lose a good chunk of experience and CS. There's a 20 CS advantage for Cold Rose in the top lane right now, and in fact, he seems to feel confident enough to try and step up and completely finish off the tower, which may well give him enough gold to finish off a first item. To be fair, he more than likely had that gold already, so just a little bit of extra pocket money, really.
Yeah. But Maokai, obviously, with the Unending Spare, going to be able to be so survivable as these fights go on. Second Knight's almost complete for Xiaomei in the mid lane. I think it's really interesting to note that just has been able to keep blow for blow on CS up against Zephyr in this game. Maybe to be expected. You see Ryan Gosling here making an engage. I don't know about this one.
Been turned, though.
First ult knock-up connects. That's so much
Never
damage
mind.
onto Maru. Ends up falling just before this dragon spawn. Actually, just after the dragon spawn.
Well, I mean, Dechen Zhao means that this is going to be a pretty free pickup of a first Chemtech Drake for the side of Rise. And, I mean, Red side OP is seemingly starting to prove false. It may have been just game one was a bit of a warm-up for Rise. We said it before that they often do lose game number ones as Engage comes through.
There's so much
Oh
burst
my
coming
word.
out. That's another dead Berserk coming through, pushing towards Ares. Will fall. 2 kills over to Rise. Very nicely done. Just a snipe there from DDD to start things off. Oh, bum clean. You can't be walking back like that, friend. You're playing with fire.
Cold Rose coming down, though. They look to...
Binding.
Do they feel like they can do something? Xiaomei flashes out.
Yeah, maybe a
Ghost
little
was
bit
expended from Cold
overconfident.
Rose.
Maybe a little bit too overconfident there from Xiaomei, but still looking really, really good for Rice. 3,000 gold in the lead, 8 and 2. Having turrets taken down in the mid lane as well is really, really important for these objectives when they come up. Things are looking good for Rice.
They are looking very good for Rise, in fact. And as long as they keep their nerve, as you said, there was a little bit of overconfidence showing there as Xiaomei being forced to flash. They keep their nerve, then they can very much look to snowball this one out like they did in game number 2. Of course, it's a little while now until any relevant objective comes up. Neither team is in a position where they could look to start Baron at 20 minutes. So we're looking now 3.5 minutes until the next Chemtech Drake spawns up, which of course would be sole point for Rise if they were able to secure it. With second items starting to come through now. Shadow Flame for Xiaomei. Black Cleaver for Ryan Gosling. We have to see if any second items can be completed by Emrys before this next play happens. Xiaomei might be getting collapsed on.
Does dodge out from that wind, becomes lightning, dash in, double binding,
that-
cleanly done. Zephyr gone like the wind. There's nowhere to run. The turret, oh,
No.
how terrible. Maru
Scooby gets
going to
it.
fall as well. Gonna get the turret, not gonna get anything more. Even if the burst did come through, the bailout would be there. Maru will fall, and thanks to a frankly shockingly clean double binding coming out from Xiaomei, the fight is turned. Now looking in the mid lane, there come the Brambles. Cold Rose just going to back off, tank that one for bum clean.
Line them up, Xiaomei. Picks up the 2 in a what was looking like he was about to be dove. You try and put that damage down on towards this tier 1 turret. I'm not sure if it falls by the time that respawns come through, but it'll be a very simple matter to get another wave towards it. And there's also, of course, the question of whether Emrys wants to commit a TP to it. The answer seems to be no, so it will be a second turret secured for Rise as they push their lead up to 3,500.
Oof, Ryan Gosling. gonna be just fine. Dancing out, not gonna be able to get those raptors. a little bit denied from Rise, but it's really not that impactful. Baron has spawned. As I said, no team ready for that 20-minute timer. But this third Drake Chemtech 2. We talked about how these teams, and especially Rise, do actually really appreciate the Chemtech Drakes. It's nasty as well versus the Braum. Going to be doing some work. Heal and shield power. Funny enough, decent amount of healing and shielding when you factor in the Conqueror, when you factor in Sundered Sky, when you factor in the Unending Despair. I don't know if bailouts
Renata,
heal
Lux.
Yeah, true. Shields as well. This next Dragon fight is going to be so pivotal, and I really struggle to see a way for Emrys to make the play and find a win on that fight.
I have to assume heal and shield power also counts for the Fimbulwinter, right?
Oh yes, it does. It does. Almost fully stacked as well.
Hey, do you wanna make like a 400 HP shield even bigger?
Mm-hmm.
This could be It's not all that often when we say that a team really, really likes Chemtech Drake, but I do think that Rise might be a huge fan of it in this game.
I think if you're Emrys here, you have to send Darius on to the side, right? Unless you're playing for some sort of like wombo, like miraculous.
The problem with Darius on the side lane though, he's not got TP.
True, actually true.
He's gone for the ghost, which means that Rise then have
teleport in
pretty much
behind
the go
here.
button.
Arrow onto Bum Clean, cleanse the way, but that's a crucial summoner cooldown. Oh my god, what a brilliant ultimate there from Shmeon. Ult goes wide from Xiaomei, but that's all she wrote. Knock up one, second one down. Ryan Gosling putting him in the blender, sending him in the source. That's 4 dead, 5 dead, surely to follow. Zephyr running away will not make it out in the end. It's a double kill over to Ryan Gosling. A beautiful flank from Shmeon and a Baron in the back pocket for Rice.
Emrys may have banned Ryan Gosling's Viego 3 games in a row, but that was a ruination in the team fight as Rise will walk on up to the Baron. Their gold lead ballooning upwards. There's another 1500 about to join it. Xiaomei doesn't even feel like he needs to join the fight. He's going to take down the tier 2 in the mid lane as well.
Rocket?
As the Super Mega Death Rocket comes across. It was a valiant effort from Bum Clean, but that is a clean Baron pickup on all 5 members. They can now look to play the sides, or they can look to brute force mid lane, or take soul point. They can do whatever the heck they feel like, as that is a Rabadon's on Xiaomei at 22.5 minutes.
That's a meaty purchase. Normally it's the Lux supports in my game that look like this, but Xiaomei, 3 items complete around this Drake. Anyone gets hit by a stray piece of CC, they're going to get bound up, rooted down, blown up by the laser. So it's just so difficult to approach. You've even got Renata for any sort of counter engager. If you do find some sort of miraculous pick, you have to get it through the bailout as well. And yeah, it's just not going to be possible. Dragon surrendered here by Emrys, but you got to think, do you think they're going to be in a much better position to fight the next one?
If they're still in the game at that point, Rise now up around 7,500 gold. Shmeon is potentially in a little awkward situation.
Okay, Bragg, I'm not even gonna. You keep talking. I'm not gonna bother play-by-play casting this. Have you seen how many times Shmeon has been collapsed on in the side lanes and just got away with shock free?
It's pointless at this point. Unending Despair plus Fimbulwinter against 2 AD champions. It's just, you're literally like. You'd think Darius would be good against a tree with his axe, but somebody's blunted it. He's not doing any real damage to this Maokai. DDD, though, has found a rough situation, getting caught out by Maru, get knocked up and locked up. Scooby's going to try and keep him alive. There's a bailout coming through. Can they find the damage? Not in time, but the turnaround might be there. Ryan Gosling dropping quite low,
so much damage,
they may have bitten off more than they can chew. Shmeon trying to join the play.
No DPS for Maru means they're just going to be able to tear up through the backline. Xiaomei flashing away, but the wind becomes lightning, connects. And that's what happens when you lose your AD carry. You lose all the consistent DPS. You lose all of the utility at the slows. Even if you find a massive grasping roots on 2,
big shutdown.
3 or 4 members. Massive shutdown there, by the way. Really important to notice onto that Xin Zhao. Even if you can't kill the Maokai, they're not going to be doing anything to you.
Look at it. He's not doing any damage. I don't care how many hemorrhage stacks you have. It does not mean a single damn thing. He's going to run out of mana before he kills this champion.
I love looking at the pretty lights and colors, man. Sorry, not to not to play-by-play post here, but like, look at this. Will eventually fall.
Yeah, come on.
Eventually fall. Surely, there's no
Oh,
mana
no.
left on Gold Rose. The unending despair progress
doesn't
one
need
more
it.
time. Will just about fall, but I mean, Maokai wasn't there for the start of that fight, right? Did get locked up in that top lane. Didn't want to blow the TP as well, and yeah, I think just an overextension there by DDD. There's something. This whenever I cast the temporal, he always makes the point that, you know, it's always good. It's good that you catch the AD carry. It's good that you deny that push. But now, Rise are going to be aware of how much their team fight falls apart when their AD carry's gone, right? And I highly doubt they'll make that mistake of sending DDD to push a single lane on their own anymore.
Furthermore to that, I also feel like once DDD went down, Rise was still way too willing to take the fight. Like Ryan Gosling, Xiaomei, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo, they really committed to try and find kills when they didn't have that extra damage from the Ashe to get them over that line. It's like, okay, yeah, Xiaomei does a lot of damage on this Lux, but I mean, Maru can just nope it with the Crescent Guard. Ares is tanky enough at this point that he can, I think, muscle his way through it, especially with the Unbreakable up.
You just had the
And so they
burst
do.
to put it down. On,
Yeah,
you only have burst. You don't have to sustain even to take out the Xin Zhao in the long fight. You don't have to sustain to take out a Cold Rose who's healing up 36% of their missing health when they land that 3-man decimate.
Yeah, that lead is now down to 4k, which, I mean, it's far from tiny, like far from insignificant. Cold Rose, he's got a ghost to potentially get out.
Gonna pop it, dash in. I think just getting that
Wow,
ghost
okay.
is. I think you're still pretty happy about that against if you're Rise. You're not gonna spend anything to get it. You might actually give up some damage on this mid lane turret, but you're not gonna spend any of the resources around this crucial dragon fight in a minute and a half. Ghost will not be up for it. Yeah. And no ghost for Darius. So much harder to play the team fights, especially against an Ashe when you don't have your ghost.
Shmion literally only has Merc Treads for magic resist, and Zephyr is doing this little damage to him.
They don't even want to go fight him. There's 4 of them up there. Nobody too
Literally
close.
just straight up dipping.
Oh,
There's the
Bishman
ultimate
was
coming
fine.
through though. Aaron Tomorrow.
Arrow connects, knock-up comes through. That's a dead jungler surely in just a few seconds. Zephyr, once again, not being able to find much on this Aurora. And I've really got to question this pick up after last game as well, right? Blinds it. Doesn't get anything really going with it. And Xiaomei just outranges. It's fine in the laning phase. I'm really questioning this Aurora pick.
Aurora really struggles to get in. You've got to walk past Shmion in all of these fights. And every single time, if there's not a more applicable target, if Zephyr walks in to try and drop a Between Worlds or to try and drop a burst combo, then you're just going to get either knocked out by Shmion and completely unable to influence the team fight, or jumped on by Shmion and you become the subject of pain.
Speaking of subject of pain, that's going to be the dragon in just a few seconds. RIZE have positional advantage. I think if you're Emirates, you have to go through mid lane, push it out, because you're not finding your way in through that dark hole of the jungle. Instead, they're not even in position to do that. Too little, too late. Chemsol goes over. They're trying to go for a Baron, I guess, but
No ult for Shmion just yet.
Not able to find anything. Not even able to find anything on the cross map. And RIZE just kind of pick up that drink for free.
Shmion's got his ultimate again, though. Zephyr did not get spotted out there, I think, as Nature's Grass comes across. It'll get Ares.
Blocks the Braum. Don't overcommit here. Don't use any of the Cyclone cooldowns. We'll just take out the Braum. Shmion walking forward still. So tanky. Gonna be just fine. That's a pick onto Braum. Didn't really need to die. And this for Chemsol. Yeah, I really suspect RIZE will be walking down towards, well, up towards this Baron.
They do have to be careful, of course. Maru is still alive, and so instead of starting up the Baron, they're going to go for a good old-fashioned Fnatic death brush. They are looking to run towards.
Bumpling is called. Sniped out by the laser. Knocked up the hostile taker won't connect onto anything, but your AD carry is dead. Ryan Gosling will not fall in the back line. Gold Rose flashing away.
Guillotine on the clone. No.
Oh no, man. It's just impossible, isn't it? Your ADC gets called out at the start of the fight. Blows cleanse and flash, doesn't survive. Maru dives forward, tries to buy some space for their team. Zephyr once again not doing much at all in that fight, and it's just, there's no hope. Baron will end up falling here, and I think this will be the death knell for Emrys. Rise, it's all on you, buddy, to close this one out.
I can't sing Shmeon's praises enough in these two Maokai games. Like, the Jacks did not feel quite right. There were, I think, the disadvantage perhaps was so big that it didn't matter what he did all that much. But in these two games where they've had the advantage, this Maokai has been an absolute terror, a real thorn in the side of Emrys at every turn. You try and do anything, the Maokai is saying no. If your Jinx is even slightly out of position, Shmeon's TPing behind you, getting the Jinx and delivering her straight into the waiting arms of his teammates.
Yeah, it's so messed up. Like, what do you even do, especially when you're 0, 6, and 3 on this Jinx? You flash away, you're going for the Mortal Reminder as well. I mean, it's better arm pen item at the moment, but still not even finishing your third item. Just look at the item disparity. 4 complete for Xiaomei. 2nd not even done for Zephyr. And they're running for the hills. Ryan Gosling always finds the engage just there, but in the bot lane as well. 3.5 completed versus 2.5. Jungle 3 versus 2. Top lane 3 versus 2. The overwhelming weight of gold is so immense for RIZE here. They got the Baron, they got all the tools they need, and hell, if they can't close it out on this Baron push, they've got an Elder coming up in just 3 minutes.
That is a glimmer of hope for the side of Emrys, though. If they can get in and steal it, that suddenly is a potential way of turning the game back towards their favor, or at least reversing their fortunes. Ares and Maro gonna be fine. Blast Cone will get them up and away. We see Colrose pushing in the bot lane, now taking a reset.
Looking for the
ready
engage.
for this incoming play.
DDD called out. This is how they won the fight last time, but Flash is now available. Zephyr gets blown up. The arrow connects. This time, not quite enough source in the packet. Shmeon will pick up Bum Clean. Maru slowed up, running. Xiaomei doesn't die to the turret. We've seen so many people die to the turret this series. Not going to be this time. In the end, that's 3 clean picks. All that's left is Darius and this Jin Zhao, and I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this push.
Xiaomei resetting. We should see a TP coming in as well. RIZE, they know that this is their moment. 15 seconds on Bum Clean, 15 seconds on Zephyr, 10 on Ares. The Nexus turrets are getting absolutely obliterated. Mara and Coldrose, you could try and walk in. It would not make the slightest bit of difference as RIZE continue their march towards the title. They take down game number 3. And, well, Red Side OP is a myth busted.
I think it might just be, unfortunately, RIZE OP. You know, when they stopped, when they banned out Aatrox and they started giving that Maokai in top lane, Shmeon doing such a wonderful job on that champion, they've really come into their forte as well. Xiaomei, kudos to that guy. Finally, I think there were a lot of questions coming into the series. Finally, putting a bit of a bite behind their bark here, right? Excellent 2 games back to back. Even playing the stylish Lux. We're going to have to see if they can close it out in this 4th one, or if we're going to Silver Scrapes in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Things are... Sorry, producer just laughed in my ear as I'm trying to wrap up. Very, very unkind of her. Anyway, no.
Things are heating up, Emrys. We need to see more of that fire out of the dragons.
Yes. Thank you. You got it. More fire at the dragons, or will RIZE rise to the occasion? We'll see in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back once again as we find ourselves potentially on the threshold of finding our Division 2 champion. RIZE break the red side curse. We'll take game number 3 from the blue side, again in pretty commanding fashion, and due in no small part to another fantastic performance from their jungler, Ryan Gosling. Now, that's not to say that other people didn't have a great show. Again, this is a series that Xiaomei has actually quite impressed me. I definitely liked the Lux pick in that last game a lot. Although, of course, there were a couple of moments where we did see that perhaps they got a little bit carried away, especially when DDD got caught out in the mid lane.
Yeah, but still, even despite that one minor slip up as the game went on, very, very clean game from RIZE, and not needing counterpick on that R5 to do it. It's really interesting to me, right? Because it sort of opens the door, right? It's really shifting the momentum of the series back. You know, after you win game 1, lose game 2, you're like, oh, they had side select. It's fine. We'll win it. We'll get them into game 3. We'll just bounce it back and forth. We'll win it in the 5. But now the pressure really is on for this Emrys roster, right? I've been so dominant in the regular season of Division 2, and I think I got told before playoffs started, actually, by, I think it was Nightlion from 200 Bandits, that Division 2 is really interesting because any team could end up beating any team, and from what I've experienced throughout playoffs, that's certainly the case.
That's kind of how I like it to be, though. It means that we've got a very competitive Division 2. We've got a lot of teams vying for that top spot. Of course, now only 2 matter for this split, at least. RIZE, if they can keep their momentum going, they might be able to close it out in a game number 4. Emrys, of course, going to try and stop them from doing that. The question is, what needs to change? As far as I heard, they're staying on red side for game number 4. The question then comes down to draft, of course. And I know we were talking about it, that this Aurora just hasn't been it.
Yeah, it really hasn't been at all. Right, I respect the idea behind it. I respect the ego as well coming out from Zephyr. They had such a good game 1, but especially versus compositions being drafted here by RIZE, Aurora just hasn't been able to find an angle in, find a way in. I haven't seen really any huge Aurora flanks as well. I think it feels like because it's because Emrys has always been on the back foot in these fights, right? And while Aurora can look for these re-engages, she's most effective when she's finding these flanks. She's finding these dirty little engages onto the AD carry, which RIZE just haven't allowed Zephyr to do.
I wonder if draft just changing up their priority a little bit and maybe giving Zephyr the Syndra again on R3 could be an interesting way of going about this. Like, give the Syndra on R3, ban some stuff that Xiaomei could play into it, or some stuff that Zephyr just really wouldn't want to lane against. And then you've got this reliable damage dealer that doesn't need to be at close to medium range, which is where these RIZE comps seem to thrive quite a bit. Instead, being able to operate from arm's length, which is part of the reason why he was so damn good in game number 1.
Yeah, that's true as well. I think the other thing to look towards is, despite a really strong showing in that first game, Ares going for the Braum 3rd time in a row, blinding it. Obviously, did well versus the Ashe Milio, but the Renata seems to be playing really strong into this champion. And you got to think, maybe you need to simplify the game plan somewhat if you are Emrys, right? They've been drafting these low engaged compositions. You haven't been seeing, the Twisted Advance Maokai coming out. You haven't been seeing any sort of Cyclones. You've been seeing a lot of Darius, you've been seeing a lot of Mordekaiser, and yes, you've been seeing this Braum in support. You've been seeing these selfish junglers, perhaps Xin Zhao. And I think it might serve them quite well if they look for something with a little bit more ease of engage, perhaps.
Yeah, put Cold Rose on a tank. If they're gonna ban Aatrox out for another game, then it may just benefit the team to have reliable frontline, reliable CC, reliable engage that they have been lacking for a majority of these games, and it is something that RIZE has kind of lorded over them. To kind of catch up on your support conversation, I think the reason, of course, Renata versus Braum didn't do much at all in the lane matchup, but it never had to.
Yeah.
The difference that we've been seeing is that Scooby-Dooby-Doo has time and again on the Renata just getting to fights faster and being more effective in said fights than Ares has been. in game number 1, Emilio didn't have quite the tools to match up in terms of utility, I guess, to the Braum. But Renata is doing that in spades. So I don't know if you want to try and ban it or pick it away yourself. If Ares was going to lock it in for a 4th game, then they need to do something to make sure he is enabled to get stuff happening on the Rift. And importantly, that Scooby-Dooby-Doo is behind on every play.
Yes, that's very, very good to mention as well. It's because, funny enough, when I think about the biggest difference, it's just been about the priority in the bot lane, right? Like, you think about it, RIZE is just the reason why Scooby-Doo has been there first. It's not necessarily because they're a smart player. I can't necessarily speak to that. I'm not a very intelligent player myself. But it's plain to see that this Ashe Renata lane has been able to find priority into whatever Braum pairing Emrys has put out. Braum's not going to be helping clear that wave at all early on, right? And it's just meant that it's been numbers advantages. It's been allowing Scooby-Doo, making it much easier for Scooby-Doo to be in the right place in the right time. And I think that's something you've got to answer if you're Emrys.
Definitely. And like, if we go into this draft and we see another run back from Emrys, then I need to see something happening in the first 5-10 minutes, or I'm perfectly willing to throw my prediction towards RIZE closing this out.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I don't even need to qualify it like that. If we just see another run back from Emrys, I'm just sorry, it's RIZE. Genuinely. Right? They made it work in game 1, sure. But that was off the back a lot of the individual lane lead from Zephyr, from Cold Rose. Now that Xiaomei seems to have found their comfort in banning out this Syndra and in picking this Lux, which he's performing better and better against Zephyr as the series goes on, Cold Rose not being able to carry against this brick wall of a Malka, which is now banned away by Emrys. Good.
Has been absolutely terrifying on it for games 2 and 3 that he played it. So yeah, now take him off of that. Now, obviously, there are other tanks he can go on to. You could pick out the Ornn. There's not really a situation where Ornn is terrible. And
it's a Renata ban as well, by the way. They've completely changed that.
Okay. Good. Okay. Right. Nice. Emrys is doing something different.
But
the question now, of course, is what happens to the fact that Gwen has been left open for Ryan Gosling?
Gwen's been left open. And Xiaomei has the Nico left open.
Nico as well.
Now you've lost a couple of big engage tools in this Malka with Scalio. Nico, with that Pop Blossom. I think a Nico on B3 here could go really, really well for RIZE. Ashe, of course it's going to be Ashe.
Why not?
It's the King's Pawn opening here. It's just so free. Strong center board control. Ashe has been so dominant throughout the season. It's a complete pivot away. Ezreal Rakan.
Yeah, okay. This is why I like it so much. While playing the Jinx, Bunkling has been caught out by Shmion specifically so many times because Jinx is an immobile carry, because Jinx has to go the cleanse. Ezreal, Arcane Shift, job done. Good luck chasing me down. Like, unless you've got a blink or a way of getting off overwall yourself, you're gonna have to flash to find any engage. I do not believe that for a second, but the Rakan, nice to work with the Ezreal. It also means in the situation where the Ezreal wants to be aggressive, you can use him as basically as a diving board, like a springboard, to get your jumps forwards with the grand entrance. Karma, though, going alongside the Ashe means that this could be a more aggressive bot lane, or like a more proactive bot lane 2v2 than we've been seeing throughout the series thus far.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, Karma, you don't see Karma much, right? And I was kind of curious about this. I asked my friend Rob, very good friend of mine, coached Paragon many years, why Karma wasn't really getting picked. That's another tank, by the way.
There you go.
To be expected. Nice prediction. But Karma, why it's not really being picked as much as it was in its heyday. And my friend simply said, my friend Rob, Coach Rob, simply said,
look, it wasn't banned.
Wow. We are just, we've gone to hell after the first phase. We're kind of just in uncharted waters here. Never mind. Ambessa is locked in as well. I want to give this whole, I'm like, oh, Karma, it's going to be the craziest pick of the draft. You can talk about why it's not popular. The numbers just aren't that good. No, and then Ambessa gets locked in.
It's fine.
No. There's too much to talk about. Ambessa, so much more interesting, right? Ambessa, from what I've seen, not the strongest early game, but really can get going as the game goes on. Was fanned out in game 1 by Emrys as counterpick to their Aatrox, now picked up by them. Similar skill expressive champion, But if you can't break Xiaomei on these tanks on these tank busters like Darius and these tank busters like Mordekaiser, I guess we're going for something completely different and looking to try and catch out DDD on this Ashe. And we did see that was how Ryze's push fell apart in that mid lane push just after they'd taken the Baron in the previous game.
Absolutely was. We're still considering the ban here from the side of Emrys. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Yone hit the bench after how Xiaomei performed on it in game number 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. But Nico still left up. Funny enough, I think
The Druffle died again.
Oh, let me double check. That's Droffle has died, but there's also a Nico ban coming through. Hold on, give me a sec. Oof. It's that second. Yes, Droffle has died. Yone banned. Both the LeBlanc taken off the board quite a lot from Zephyr, and that Syndra, and that last ban is a Nico. So Emrys will be having to bring out either the Ahri or something new in this mid lane. And after that first game, I feel like, Xiaomei will have to bring out one of those two. And after that first game, I don't know if you really want to go back to that Ahri. I don't want to see a Aurora logs in here. It's the Ahri instead for Zephyr.
Yeah, so Aurora, get rid of that. Throw it away. I like the Ahri here because it, again, can really pick out a key target. For Xiaomei here, there is the option to go back onto the Lux. I don't know how much I like it into the Ahri matchup. It feels a little bit weird. This time, Ryan Gosling is going to be the one taking the Xin Zhao, which, considering the range that Ezreal likes to play at, the range that Ahri likes to play at, that's going to be a lot of damage potentially ignored by the Crescent Guard.
Yeah, indeed. I do think it's going to be a little bit difficult to do the sticking to targets you really want to do as Xin Zhao, right? Against Ezreal, Rakan, Ahri, these champions, they're going to play at long range, which means the Crescent Guard's
it's the Xiaomei Akali! Game number 4, with championship point on the board, as Xiaomei pulls out his Akali.
It's Kino. It's absolute high art. Akali pulled out here into the Ahri as well, into 4 really mobile champions. Oh my god, what is RIZE cooking?
I mean, looking at the composition they drafted thus far, they needed some big damage coming out as Maru pulls out the Rengar R5. Is there some weird, Thrill of the Hunt tech that can see Akali through Shroud?
I'll show you. I'll show you the tech. Look at this. Look at that man. Second on the left. Nay, not that man, that beast. Rengar.
Yeah, I remember seeing this from the pre-show.
Finally locked in game 4 for Emrys. And honestly, respect for these guys for leaving nothing on the table, right? Bumclean, I think, is also pretty famous for that Ezreal. Cold Rose throwing the gauntlet down on the Ambessa, and gotta keep an eye on Maru on this pockets pick, on this main champ, finally getting slammed down when it's all on the line.
DDD has been caught out a couple of times, and
no Renata.
Not a way to just... No Renata this time either, of course, was banned away. Potentially going back to a dive threat could just be what the doctor ordered. This is nice, okay? Emrys very much did not run it back. This is a very, very different composition coming out from them. It is still a team that I think could have done with a tiny bit more traditional engage. You are relying a lot on the Rakan for getting stuff done.
Primary engage, yeah.
But alternatively, again, you can look at this just from the angle of it being a pick comp. Like, charm lands onto somebody. Rakan manages to find a knock-up or a charm onto somebody. Ambessa just public executions right onto a squishy target. And these sort of chaotic factors could make RIZE's life difficult. That said, they also have a composition that plays as sort of 4 people plus Akali very, very well. Like, if you just keep Shmion, Ryan Gosling, Xiaomei, and DDD stood basically, well, not right on top of each other, but close enough that they can all mutually support each other, then that's quite a tough nut to crack. And then you've got, I misspoke, sorry, Xiaomei playing on the outside with the Akali, looking to counter-engage if
There's
Emrys
gonna
tries a little
be
too hard.
there's gonna be some anime BS with Ambassador versus Akali on the side lanes. I'm telling you that much right now. There's gonna be some flips. There's gonna be some dives. Gonna be some dashes. Do you think we're taking it to a 5th game back? Tell me.
Purely because you manifest the world you want to see. I like these evolutions coming out from Emrys here. And I'll say that they take it just because I really want to see a game 5.
They've slapped Wambessa. They slapped the Rengar. They slapped in the Rakan. I've got to hand it to Emrys. I'll have to see if they can take it for themselves on the Rift in just a couple of moments. Don't go anywhere. Game 4 of our best of 5s. Emrys looking to take us to Silver Strakes. RIZE looking to claim it all. be alive.
Hello, everybody. We are on to the Rift 4, game number 4. Match point, split point for RIZE. They have fought their way through the entire lower bracket.
They're
And Maru
fighting at level
walks straight
1.
on in,
Oh,
and he's
no.
dead. Straight away, first blood to DDD. And Emrys, they changed up their composition. They came with something new, something different, but they are already down a man. Bum Clean and Ares will be able to walk forwards, and they will spot out the blue buff being taken, but they can't do a damn thing about it.
Man, it's a DD disaster for Emrys in the early game there. Rengar, oh, this champion.
Maru spotted out.
Oh, it's so doomed. Because you've sorted out going for the invade as well, and now it's a split map with Xin Zhao, with Ashe Karma in the bot lane. Dives here could come through onto these champions that aren't very strong before level 6. Xin Zhao can make something happen. I think it's going to be really hard for Emrys to play this one out already. And they know that Maru has gone for the invade as well, so they've got complete knowledge. The top lane's still gonna have anything. You can't really get much going on early as Ambessa. It doesn't really look like it, but the 700 gold lead here actually means so much more, I feel. Oh no.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to see that dive come through. I think that RIZE are quite happy with the cross map, the split map situation that they have created. Cold Rose, of course, may be able to build an advantage on towards Shmeon.
Ryan, what are you doing here? Maru only just gonna pop that level 3. Oh, still got 700. Does have the smite coming up in a few seconds. Ryan Gosling looking for it. Not gonna steal away with the W. Will spot Maru clearing out. Ryan Gosling. I think you should.
I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like you just commit to taking your camps in that situation. Because he's now given up a considerable amount of time.
He's given up his advantage, basically.
Pretty much. Now Maru is actually dead even, and actually slightly ahead on his clear.
Yeah, interesting decision there, Byron. I mean, you still got the benefit of the split map, right? You protect this Ashe Karma. Can be a lane that's quite vulnerable to ganks. I don't know. I respect them for going for it, right? Especially don't want to leave anything on the table. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Cold Rose not able to find anything against the Ornn quite yet.
He'd been finding good trades, but all of a sudden takes a bellows breath squarely to the jaw, and then then his situation looking a lot less friendly. Xiaomei having to give up some CS, of course. Zephyr being able to put the poke down. TP's used by both top laners right here.
Oh, this is a miserable wave state for Shmeon. You're gonna miss out on a lot. You have to get this crashed.
Yeah, need to get this wave in as quickly as possible. Maru is top side of the rift as well. Having to give up quite a lot of CS here. The wave taking a considerable amount. Does look like he should be able to get the wave to bounce. It's going to take a little while with him.
Oh, I like this. Priority in the bot lane, priority in the mid lane. Ryan Gosling realizes they can just go for an invade. Gonna run straight into Maru.
Doesn't find the wind becomes lightning though. Gotta be quite careful about this. The ferocity damage is there, and everyone's moving across. Ryan Gosling is completely out to dry, in fact, as Maru flashes, jumps now onto Xiaomei. The knockup coming through as he's overplayed it. Maru gets put behind, gives up first blood, but just like that, picks up 2.
And that's the benefit, man. That's the benefit of playing these champions that nobody knows the limits of, right? Nobody knows how to play against it. Nobody's like, oh yeah, I know, because I feel like Xin Zhao could probably win that trade, like, in my mind. I feel like it shouldn't have gone that one-sided to Maru, but it ended up doing that, and Xiaomei ends up getting caught in the crossfire as well. And it goes from pretty good for RIZE to a Rengar with 2 kills on the enemy team.
Yeah. If the wind becomes lightning lands, I still don't think it matters all that much. Like, maybe, I mean, he would have been too low to get the kill onto Xiaomei, but he still kills Ryan Gosling in that situation, I think. Meanwhile, that advantage that RIZE so craftily were able to get right at the start of the game is all but deleted, and now, in fact, Emrys are the ones with the gold lead.
Indeed they are, indeed they are. Rengar with that pickaxe looking to go towards those grubbies on the top side. It's been the kind of story of these series. These first cups haven't been contested, and then the game gets very decided around these second sets. So I doubt we'll see. Oh, never mind. We've got 5 people converging on these Kevins. Ambessa nowhere near. Cold Rose not quite in range. Knocked up. Maru does get that empowered heal. Won't be quite enough. And a nasty knock up from Shmion means Zephyr forced body. Oh, there comes the Ambessa though. Executes one. Scooby-Doo is here. Jame forced to run for the hills. Zephyr, no charm. One charge of that ultimate will likely pull the flash forwards. Auto attack comes through. How much can Cold Rose do? Can they dance through it? That's one dead. Another one surely to come. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. What are you doing? You're going back to the Nexus. A double kill over to Cold Rose.
And again, they find a good play.
A turret killed DDD in the bot lane.
Just a quick way back to base, I guess. Jame is able to get over the top of the grand entrance and survive. No TP available. And RIZE, I wonder if they're just getting a little bit too hyphy, playing their hand just a little bit too much.
Playing it too hard. Not quite respecting the early part. It looks really good. It looked really good until Cold Rose showed up. Right? Like when they had the numbers advantage. They do have the numbers advantage here once again, but they have to care not to overextend. I've seen this one before. Maru goes down. They are shutting down this Rengar, but Charm connects on to Jame. Does not have that perfect execution. Dodging around the shroud. Doesn't realize there's a ward in the bush. Meanwhile, Ares getting ran down. Couple more knockups needed. The Karma Shield speed up. Wind becomes lightning. Connects. The slow will land. The autos will come through. Cold Rose makes it under the turret. And Jame makes it under theirs.
Meanwhile, now Zephyr is the one who finds himself kind of in no man's land. They will be able to run straight on back to mid lane rather than have to deal with the oncoming 3 members of RIZE. And it's Ryan Gosling who will be able to start off these grubs. Mara conceding that they are basically lost will instead look to start up the dragon. Of course, BoMcLean does have the current push after the kill was picked up by DDD. And the execute went through onto... Oh no, the first blood was picked up by DDD and he got executed. Cold Rose.
Arrow connects in the mid lane though. Who cares? Xiaomi finds the pick onto Zephyr. No commitment on that perfect execution though. The shielding's too much. Maru in the area. I feel like it's line. Oh my god, the charm connects onto Scooby. We'll be fine. Ryan Gosling on the flank now, trying to close the distance. This game is incredibly messy.
Let's rewind back to game number 1, Zoe. There was a certain player that got really ahead.
On a champion that like deals a lot of AoE damage with their abilities and dashes around a decent amount. That was a memory. Can you remind me who that was? I think it was. Oh, thank you, observers. I think it was Cold Rose on the top lane here.
You know, I think you might be right. Now
I think they have a Black Cleaver already.
At 9.5 minutes. Yeah, they do. So the question now is, can Emrys leverage him effectively to build a lead like they did in the first game? Because if so, I feel like their chances of us seeing a Silver Scrape go up exponentially is Shmion just getting torn apart.
Shredded.
I'm a shred.
Yeah, shredded more ways than one.
Shredded like cabbage.
Scooby-Doo just looks fell over aggressively. Yeah, but you just look at... There's nothing that Shmeon can do. I think it's quite interesting, actually. And Cold Rose on this Ambessa probably has a pretty good time versus Shmeon because you can always so easily dodge out of that empowered Bellows Breath also, right? Which is where so much of the damage comes from on this orb.
Also, just jumping in to get the grasp procs is pretty stylish as well. Shmion is going to need to take a reset soon, of course. Cold Rose is going to do what he can to try and deny that. Bot waves being pushed in. DDD, to his credit, has built up a pretty nice early CS advantage over BoMcLean, but of course the Ezreal does still maintain his value in just being a safe champion who is going to scale up and do a heck of a lot of damage once he completes 1, 2, 3 items.
We see here though an engage by Ares. Gets on someone connected to Maru.
Scooby,
Diving
exhaust
in.
there.
Knocked up. Damage not quite there, but the bush will provide the entrance. Now Zephyr is here. 1 will fall. 2 will fall. 4 rise, but it's an absolute
Drama
collapse. Ryan Gosling actually playing that
Drama's
really
coming
well
in.
around the vision. Dodging away from those mystic shots. Bum clean so very low. Teleport
in now
in
from
now.
Cold
Cold
Rose.
Rose. You have to leave. Bum clean dies to the turret. Zephyr left isolated. Public execution lands onto Xiaomei, but the perfected
Ryan
one
Gosling
is better.
survives.
But there's another kill over to Cold Rose. In the end, it's just a slaughter, man.
Cold Rose had to commit the flash to make sure Ryan Gosling goes down. However, the healing coming out with the Sundered Sky, with the Jinjiao Determination passive, able to do pretty
Oh,
damn
no.
well. Cold Rose
Here's
looking
the
in towards
anime.
Xiaomei.
Here's the anime I was
Yep,
talking
you
about.
called it.
Back and forth, back and forth. I think that just describes the game in general, if I'm honest.
Look at the gold right now. 9 kills to 9. As near as damn it as it has been for any point beyond 10 minutes, I think, in this series. Usually one team around this point in the game is
Now-
starting to come out to some kind of lead.
Now look at the gold again on the bottom of the screen this time. 2,000 in the top lane in favor of Cold Rose. All the gold lead in the bot lane is most where RIZE comes for, as we do head into a pause. Should only be about a minute, and I am on tender hooks.
This Emirates are fighting like, you know, their lives depend on it, and in many ways they do. Cold Rose is playing out of his mind. We've got him back onto an aggressive pick that is really, really paying dividends this time around. 5-0, looking poised to do what he did on the Aatrox in game 1. Top of that massive gold advantage, of course. Shmi on the other side, sure, he's not on his Maokai, sure, he's not having the best time of this lane, but he's still on. If the game goes long enough and the gold stays relatively even, then that just 1,000 gold per upgraded item he gives might just be enough to walk RIZE over the finish line.
But it's still all to play for, as we have a bit of a hold of our breath. Zephyr looking for the charm onto Gosling and have managed to find their way
Instead of
out.
Grubs just come up.
Once again, we see a grub split. It's kind of the story of the series. 3 for 3. I think in the first game, Emirates got...
Hey, RIZE don't need to care.
Yeah, true.
We've got Shmion pushing down the bot lane. Might be able to get an extra plate or two. Drake coming up in 30 seconds time if they want to go for that. Right now we see Ryan Gosling getting his red buff. Quite a ways behind on CS tomorrow, actually. So we see again, this Rengar specialist being able to be pretty darn effective on how he has been clearing around the rift.
Yeah, putting in a great job. Tower placing
He just played 4 deaths.
That's sometimes the Rengar lifestyle, baby. We see here now, the game approaches 14 minutes. Next dragon has spawned up. Started up here by RIZE. I think there's any sort of hope contest. Both these teams playing
I don't think there's any intention of contest.
Both these teams playing...
Hexol.
Oh, wait, Hexol. Oh.
Hexol. I was
Oh.
about to say that of the 3 souls that remained, there was Mountain Soul, Hexol, and Chem Soul. And we have got the most damaging one of those there. Mara sticking around after the 14-minute mark as Shelly will spawn onto the rift. They'll be able to pick that up pretty easily. RIZE, they need to do
Oh,
something
Xiaomei's looking
here.
for it. Misses out on the arrow. Misses out on the shuriken as well. I respect the cross map here. Just going to take away a couple of jungle camps, maybe pushing the wave, but that's ultimate use from Xiaomei. The wave's not going to get crashed
It's
in.
removed.
Yeah, and meanwhile,
Zephyr
on the
steps
top
out,
side, Root
Good
comes
rush.
through, the dash, not quite. Meanwhile, on the top side, Shmael just got taken out by Cold Rose under their own turret. Public execution.
Yeah, that is
no.
what this champion does when they're ahead. First turret is secured by the side of RIZE, but mid tier 1 goes down, top tier 1 goes down. They can send Shelly charging straight into the tier 2 of top lane as well.
Oh,
This Ambessa, who is already so huge, is about to get another influx of gold. It's only 15 minutes. Ryan Gosling now moving to try and get something done, but I honestly don't know if they have the advantage
You don't have
here.
the
Bola
numbers.
Strike
You don't have a
will
crystal
be
arrow.
able to slow him down.
Oh, still
Let us
running
walk this out.
forwards. This is very risky behavior.
I feel like they could have committed onto that, but I suppose they wanted to respect Shmion coming out from base with the Call of the Forge God available. Now, next objectives, 3.5 minutes away, so these teams are really going to be scurrying around, catching what waves they can, picking up what turret damage they can, until the first Hextech Drake joins us on the Rift in 3 minutes' time.
Okay, so heading into this Drake
hard.
fight in the next few minutes, if you're RIZE here, there's one very obvious problem on Emmerich you need to deal with, which is this Ambessa. Now, Brack, I'm going to pose it to you. How?
Hope that she's on a side lane and that you've got something to interrupt the teleport.
Damn. That's very brave. I mean, I still think there's angles, right? You've got the Crystal Arrow. You can also lock her into a side lane pretty effectively if you can match with Xiaomei. But it really will come down. The crux of this dragon fight, 2.5 minutes, will be on whether or not Cold Rose is able to cause enough disruption, get enough kills before getting knocked down in order to neutralize DDD. Meanwhile, Ares gets called out, but look at the support in their jungle. You cannot force any further. On the hunt comes through, knocked up save for Maru, but they do not have the members here for RIZE. The arrow means nothing. It's Smeon in the middle of 3. Solo Xiaomei now looking for more. This is the Carly time to shine. The execution not quite there. In the end, it's just a 2-for-2 flash. Mystic shot. It's another 1-2. Shut down to bottom clean. And this is going to be dragged over to Emrys. The Husk game, they took it kind of slow, and I am running out of breath. It's non-stop action on the Rift.
Dragon's not up for the 90 seconds, but I mean, that was a fight that occurred for stuff and reasons, and that could have gone either way very easily. It was Ares that made the biggest play of that fight, though. The quickness going right through Shmion, denying the second part of the Call of the Forge God. It would have been absolutely backbreaking for Emrys if that had gone through. Alas, for RIZE, it does not. You know, we end up in a shockingly even fight. Emrys do come out the slightly the better for it. 3.5k their gold lead, and they have a considerable vision advantage now, ready for this Drake coming up in 50 seconds.
This is Emrys' favorite
get
play.
Out of here, actually.
Time on the bot lane tier 1. I think I've seen this one before. And Shmail doesn't see it coming. Half help will get the brittle, dashing away, buying time. Will Ryan get there? No. There's the public execution stunned onto the turret. Can you find something? There's the wind becomes lightning. Healing up will still fall to the turret. How much more can you get? Shields, speed from Karma here. Ares will fall as well. 20 seconds, I remind you, before this dragon spawns. Ryan will pick up this Hakaran. Getting run down though. Cold Rose so strong. They have to back off. They have to leave it to teleport from Zephyr. The charm connects, but they can't get any more. Still looking for that re-engage. Karma sends out such a strong duo. The Malignant's damage. The shield. Flash away by Scooby. Ryan Gosling will survive as well. Crucially, Smite available for this dragon. Now Charme on the flank. Half health. Got to be so scared of this Cold Rose. Dash away. Execution part 1. Will go into that shroud, dodging away bomb clean. Forge God knocks up the Ari. Dash forwards by Xiaomei. Ryan Gosling surges. The deception is not enough, but look who showed up again. It's Maru. It doesn't stop. Shut down. Another kill. Another kill. More blood. Maru looking to try and take out DDD, and they can't. Xiaomei gets the kill, and neither team is gonna get this dragon. Oh my god!
Corn smiles on this rift. It matters not from where the blood flows, and these teams are taking that purely to heart. It's all blood, all day long, casual. 16-15. Who cares who comes out on top? Massive shutdown, though, picked up by Xiaomei. Cold Rose did drop.
I've got a cold, man. I can't be doing that to my throat. And these players can't be doing that to my heart. They're going for it again. Teleport in my Cold Rose here. Neither team willing to push onto the dragon though. Worth noting, Xiaomei in the top lane, no teleport. I think Emrys will be able to claim this one.
It looks to me like RIZE are just going to let this one go. It's only second Drake here for Emrys. And yes, individual Hextech Drakes are probably the strongest ones you can pick up. But it's not that big of a deal. You want to try and pick up some CS. Obviously, dragons don't give gold. And so in this meantime... Actually, you know what? That's a flavor fail. Right, what's going on? Dragons don't give gold? What's going on?
I mean... They are elemental drakes. They're not. Oh, they're monochromatic. Scooby-Doo being hunted by the monster will be able to make it out just about. But RIZE, DDD, getting a little bit chunked by Bum Clean. Ryan Gosling, unafraid, walking into 4. Maybe should be. There comes the public execution. There's a lot of damage coming through. Redemption won't be enough.
You ain't living through that.
There's a jungler dead. There's a Baron on the map.
Down.
Shmeon.
Yeah.
No
RIZE,
teleport.
Outside of a Miracle Steal here, there is not much for them to do. Shmeon can push in the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. They can look to try and be disruptive. Cold Rose, of course, now without that's the public execution, but Scooby goes a little too far. That one will get dropped. They actually pull back away from the Baron, however. Shmeon was making his way towards the mid lane. Emrys, do not commit. Instead, they'll just make use of the gold they have, and they're going to look for Shmeon instead.
Has been caught out trying to make it to that Hex Gate. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Will be knocked up, and it's just combo pick after combo pick after combo pick here for Emrys.
For you here.
Xiaomei, you are alone. I know you're a Kali. Should be more scared than that. Cold Rose, meanwhile, on the top side. It's going to be pushing that wave in, and of course, neither team takes Baron, because that would be close to the game ending, and I don't think either of these teams have any interest in stopping the slaughter anytime soon.
No, there is some serious bloodshed still to be doled out on the Rift here. Emrys still in the advantage, but only by 2,000. Ornn getting closer and closer to getting these upgrades. Level 12 right now, so at next level up, I will upgrade one of his own items, and of course he'll run through the list of his teammates. So RIZE, I think that's what they're just doing right now. They acknowledge and understand they don't need to commit. They don't need to worry all that much. They're going to get their own items. They're going to be able to clear out waves, keep the gold relatively even, and as long as they don't give over a silly pick that allows Emrys to take the Baron again, then...
Ooh. Charm here onto Gosling. Very low. Crescent guard blown. Mario surely looking
needs
to
get away here. Mario keep jumping.
Redemption is there. Knock up onto 2. But Ryan Gosling's so low. Xiaomei on the flank. Shmeon in the middle of 3 of them. Xiaomei has found their way into the charm, but shut down by the Ezreal.
Right in the face.
Public execution. Scooby-Doo is torn to shreds. Chased down by Bum Clean. And it's just a clean wipe here for Emrys in just a second once Bum Clean picks this one up. Surely will. Baron as well will go their way. Can't seem to hit a Mystic shot. Doesn't seem to matter. That's an ace for Emrys. And oh my god, Brack, we're going to game 5.
It's not over just yet. Emrys,
I feel it. No, dude. Are you seeing this? It's... Oh.
I feel the wind turning. But that does not mean that the game is over just yet. Casual Emrys do pick up the Baron successfully. The fight does not go in RIZE's favor. There were some moments there where it looked like a great angle, but as soon as Xiaomei goes in and gets removed, the fight was straight up over. Next Drake spawning in 70 seconds time. As Emrys get out onto the Rift, they have a full 5-member team with the Baron buff. This Drake should be a formality for them.
I need your help for that. Could you please push the toggle gold button on your keyboard? I just want to just be curious. You know, it's... My god, look at that top jungle gap.
Yeah.
3,000.
This has happened. This has happened in a lot of the games. Cast your mind back to game number 2 when Ude gets huge, and as a result, the Yone gets huge. This is like a mutual setup. Although, to be fair, this time around, it was Cold Rose getting huge and Maro benefiting heavily off the proceeds.
It's now Shmion having to run away from this turret being taken down. Emrys getting this pushing with the Baron buff. It's so hard for this shorter range composition from RIZE to clear out these waves. Turrets sieged left, right, and center. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Ryan Gosling has been found out by
The Hunt's
Cold Rose.
connected.
This is your glue in your comp, taken down immediately.
Rengar's
So
got in, though.
falls the AD carry. There's no damage left in your comp unless Xiaomei makes a miracle happen, but it doesn't look like he will. Flash forwards. Zephyr finds the kill. Scooby-Doo, not long for this world. Will be able to run their way out, but with just an Ornn and a Karma to defend, they will pick up Ares, but the God of War will herald their destruction. Inhibitor 1 gone down. I think you can push further. You've got the Baron, no way to clear the ways. Charm up, burst down. Zephyr finds it. Emrys find it, and
There
we
we
find
go.
ourselves in a 5-game series. Both teams back against the wall. All or nothing. Not gonna leave anything on the rift. I need a glass
Okay.
of water, I think. I fear.
See, that's where you were going wrong. Fantastic performance from Emrys there. Again, Cold Rose left to his own devices, just kind of ruined the top lane. Shmion, I don't want to say he looks out of sorts not playing the Maokai, but like the difference between the games in which he played Maokai and the games in which he did not, there is a considerable difference there.
Well,
And now we are on the very precipice. We get what everyone should have wanted. A silver scrapes for our Div 2 final. Let's have it.
oh, let's go. We'll hear it. Bring it in.
And lo, we are here ahead of the final fight, the final battle, Game 5 between RIZE and Emrys to lift the title as the Four Nations Division 2 champions. And again, expectations are lifted, expectations are created and then shattered in an instant. Right at the start of that game, Maru dies. I'm already thinking about how do we talk about RIZE winning the series? And then they fumble it. They lose 2 in the jungle. Maru picks up 2 kills. All of a sudden, Cold Rose is absolutely annihilating Porshmion on the top side. Maybe don't give him Ambessa again. And then like some other stuff happened. I think like some kind of red mist descended at one point, and I was screaming to the god of carnage. And now we're here with both teams requiring. Well, I mean, after that game, maybe Emrys aren't as desperate to pull out something new, but RIZE might just need to if they want to claim the title.
You know, they said, Zoe, oh, you should come back for best of series, you know, get back and do a little bit of casting, it'll be fine. Quick 3-game series, in and out. Surely going to be a quick one-shot, you know. Emrys, up bracket, they'll claim it.
Who said
surely.
Who said
and then
this?
I get back, I come here, and they don't have any choice but to give me a 5-game banger. Honestly, though, so excited for what these teams show, because I mean, that last game was one of the inventive drafting from Emrys, right? Like, they pulled out these unconventional picks that they haven't been playing before, just slammed them down. The Rengar, obviously, the Ambessa, banned in game 1, finally picked in game 5. I don't know what to expect at all. Don't even dare ask me to try and predict this final game.
I'm not even going to bother either. We'll see the draft, of course, as and when it happens. We can illuminate a few thoughts, perhaps, but it is really down to what happens on the Rift. Counters be damned, because some of these players have been having standout, career-defining performances in some of these games. I'm trying to narrow it down. Honestly, I'm trying to narrow it down to X factors. And I mean, the big difference maker in Emrys's wins has undoubtedly been Cold Rose.
Of course.
But
of course.
In both of those games, he got pretty much self-constructed large lane leads into Shmeon. Can he do it a third time? How do things look if you know, there's a slight advantage, but they stay pretty even? I mean, that's pretty much a game 2-3 scenario, right? Where the Maokai was just mitigating Cold Rose's picks. As we get on to draft the final time in this Division 2 Autumn split, RIZE do take the choice of switching over to red side for this final time. Of course, Emrys have lost both of the games they are on. Oh, no, sorry. The one game they have been on blue side so far this series, and they are immediately taking away the Maokai again.
Makes much sense to me. Not giving that Shmeon. Now the question is, RIZE, they've got a couple of minutes away. Have they figured out a way to neutralize this top lane pick from Emrys, from Cold Rose? Or have they found a way to enable Ryan Gosling to work their magic as they did in the 2 games that they won? You talked about how important Cold Rose was for the wins for Emrys. I think equal imports can be placed on Ryan Gosling. Xiaomei had a pretty good game last time. By the way, stepped up massively. We talk about it a lot, but whole of RIZE really stepped up, but especially Xiaomei. But Ryan Gosling couldn't seem to get it done in quite the same way. Had some good Xin engages, but I don't know. Do you have to play something that's a little bit more traditionally carrying? Do you have to try and look to go full utility? Do you make something change the bot lane? Do you not pick the Ashe for once? I cannot wait to see how it all shakes out.
DDD not playing the Ashe? What are we talking about? That sounds like complete insanity. Also, I think Draftl's died again.
Oh, hold on. Indeed it has. Thank you.
Galio gone, Renata being considered,
I mean,
and
I wouldn't be
Urgot
surprised.
still being banned. Urgot still not being allowed for Cold Rose. Now, obviously, we can infer a certain amount of things that I think very disgusting things could occur when that champion gets locked in. But we've seen that happen with the Aatrox, which is about to be banned. There is an angle here for if RIZE pick their top lane too early, that they can just do what happened in game 4 and just lock in the Ambessa again and potentially, off the back of a similar performance, walk it on in.
It's worth noting that the R5 is available here for RIZE. You see Ezreal logged in here for Emrys. Performed pretty admirably in the last game. Bunclean's been called out quite a bit in this series, but Ezreal obviously mitigates that factor somewhat. Ashe, 5 games of Ashe for DDD here for RIZE. What's the next pick?
It's been doing exactly what it needs to do. We could lock in a support here as well. Of course, Renata is being denied from Scooby once again.
Karma had some good moments in that last game, but I don't think it was quite it.
It was distinctly fine, but I feel like they need something just a little bit more.
Ooh.
As a Zac is locked in.
Now, this is a triple flex.
Go ahead.
Where is this Zac
yes.
going? I think that's going to dictate the rest of this draft exceptionally hard. Like, I mean, Zac obviously can play engage tank from a lot of different roles, right? I expect it probably to go towards either jungle or top lane. The engage doesn't really seem to be Scooby-Doo's style so much, and I mean, into an Ezreal lane, it's not like you're going to be able to find this incredible elastic slingshots. Maru's pick here, let me double check. That is a Rakan slammed down. That combo that served them so well in that previous match.
Again. Yeah.
Locked in. No way, this isn't a Grace. There's no way it's Grace.
We'll wait until it's locked in. It seems like jungle options are being tossed up by the side of Emrys, of course. Was the Rengar that did so much work for Maru in the last game. I wonder if the Zac is locked in as a thing that can effectively deny that, as the Graves is locked in for Maru.
And
Lane Graves is also...
actually, I'm sorry, a bit of interference here with draft lol. Acting up for the players as well as us. That's not a Graves. That's a Rengar.
Oh? It is the Rengar. Okay. So I was about to speculate a little bit because Rengar might struggle a little bit with the existence of the Zac, because as you try to jump in, if Zac times Let's Bounce properly, then you can basically knock the Rengar out of his leap, preventing a large chunk of damage, and Ryan Gosling locking in the Udyr. Cast your minds back. Game 2. It was the Ryan Gosling Udyr alongside Xiaomei's Yone that was so critical in that red side win for RIZE. They are looking to invoke that once again. It's looking like, therefore, this Zac will be Fishmion in the top lane. Darius is going. I'm going to imagine that Ambessa is going as well, unless Zac has a really good matchup into her that I'm not deeply considering.
I don't think so. It's more of a sustain tank thing, a bit like the Maokai, right? We saw how well Shmion is at playing on the limits of their health bar. Zac can provide a similar sort of level of survivability as the sap magic from Maokai. Kind of interesting to see play out these extended trades, but the Darius ban makes a lot of sense if this Maokai is going. Sorry, Zac's heading into the top lane. You can cancel Zac out of his leap with that apprehend. So glad to see that one taken off the board.
There is that Yone that I was talking about that got paired with the Udyr to such great effect in game 2. Taken away from Xiaomei. Or Xiaomei. And the question is, does RIZE fear the Ambessa enough to ban it? The answer is no. They say, alright, Cold Rose, do it again. Oh.
Guess what we can wait to do is
we obviously...
What the final ban comes
we have
through.
seen
Yasuo ban? Hold on, let me check.
I mean, Zac is a really good setup for a Yasuo. I don't know if Xiaomei would really look towards it, but
fighting a lot of physical
right
damage
now,
as
I
well.
think we're looking. We want to see a support here, right? Because we already know that Rakan is there for Ares.
Braum this time, locked in for RIZE.
Ares played 3 games of it. Now it is being picked up by Scooby Dooby Doo and into a Graves especially. That sounds really, really nice.
It's a Rengar reminder.
Onto the Rengar as well.
It's
Oh,
is
of
that a
course,
Rengar?
sorry.
Wait, that's a Rengar. Great. Sorry, I didn't even realize. I assumed it was great. I'm sorry, my brain has been fried. Last game, it's Rengar Graves. Oh my lord. Sorry,
Oh, it's not Rakan.
It's Rakan. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. It's Rakan, Rengar. There's no Graves pick here for Emrys. It's just.
Oh, okay, right.
That's sorry.
Right. Right, that was some confusion for a second.
Sorry,
I thought
confused
we were
there
on
for
the
a second.
same page, and then we weren't, and then we were again. So
Okay, good.
Rakan,
Brilliant.
Rengar. I think
They
that
picked
the,
Gwen as well here. Apologies for the draft laws, you guys. This is a Gwen here on 4.
That sounds like just a good, solid matchup for Cold Rose in the top lane towards this Zac. We're now to see what Zephyr wants to pull out as this last option. I mean, the Braum is still in theory pretty good into the Rengar. It means that
Last pick
they're
is
pretty much good
Corki.
to.
So it is
Cool.
Ezreal, Rengar.
Oh.
Ezreal, Rakan, Rengar, Corki, Gwen.
Okay. I mean, Corki provides a bit of extra range. The Shred will be quite good into this tanky front line of Zakudir Braum. What does Xiaomei want to pull out into it, though?
Does this mean it's an Ezreal? Neferi? There's no way. No shot.
There, Smolder. That's just a... It's inevitability. If this game goes long, it could be Ezreal or Corki mid. I don't actually know which one's better nowadays. Either way, I think Smolder's going to be absolutely fine in those matchups. The biggest thing Smolder's going to have to worry about is potential Rengar showing, but if you stay near the middle of the lane, then the brushes are so far back that Rengar can't effectively get a jump on you without his ultimate, so it shouldn't be too bad. And in the meantime, of course, Ryan Gosling, if he's able to track Maru's movements properly, and by which I mean better than last game where he walked up to his already taken camps after clearing the bot side quadrant of Emrys's jungle, then this could look very, very good for the side of RIZE. But again, Emrys, they iterate. They have done something quite a bit different. This is a very, very risky comp.
Yes, I was
Like,
going to say.
where's the tank? Where's the front line on this composition?
You look at RIZE, they've picked like maybe some of the five most stable champions on the Rift, right? I mean, obviously, Braum, you got Smolder, you got Ashe. Very, very simple. Champions will perform as the game goes on in these team fights. Zac, going to be reliable, engaged. Udyr is just going to stand there and be a stat stick. But yeah, Emrys playing really high agency, but therefore high skill cap champions, right? Ezreal, Rakan, Rengar even. How's Rengar going to function in this game against Zac, Braum, Udyr? I don't have a clue.
I'm not totally sure either. Maru is going to have to pick his engages very wisely. Let's say that, because if you pick incorrectly and you don't have the immediate cleanse from your ferocity stacks, which you are then not using to deal damage, you're just going to melt. You are going to melt and become a non-factor very quickly, unless you can at least assassinate your chosen target before dying.
Well, Brack, I've got to ask you. This will be the final game of the night.
Hang on, no. Like 5 minutes ago, you said you weren't even going to bother trying to predict this. You're not putting that evil on me.
That's true. That's so very true. Well, we'll leave the predictions to you in Twitch chat. Go all out, spend all your points. We'll be back in just a few minutes as these two teams face up across the Rift. Don't go anywhere at all.
Here we go. One last time, Zoe. Everybody at home. One last dance, one last hurrah for the UKEL, the Four Nations Division 2,
The last
Emirates
game
and Rise.
of 2024 in the UKEL.
Yep.
And what a game it is. 5 stacking up here from RIZE early on, looking to get some
They're
smaction
doing it again.
Yeah, that's how they caught the Rengar out the first time.
Surely they don't fall for it again, right?
Yeah, just
Nope,
about.
Mara
just about.
spotted out.
They're going for the split map again? I mean, it was good for
Yeah,
Ryan Gosling.
A lot of wards down here.
Mm.
Interestingly, they're all defensive wards, though. We don't see currently any Emrys warding towards the opposing side. In fact, we see Bunkling moving. There should be a ward onto the blue buff. There we go. As simple as that. A nice clean start to our final game here. Maru not going to have to deal with getting back from the fountain right off the bat.
So, about this top lane. Gwen versus Zac. Good thing to know is Zac always knocks up Gwen, almost always knocks up Gwen with a Hallow Mist with his dash in, I believe, because he's inside the radius, obviously. He moves with his knock up. But Gwen will shred through the max HP that Shmeon is going to be getting as this game goes on. Right, it's the one thing Gwen does so very well, shredding through these high health tanks. You know, like the Udyr, like the Zac, hell, even like this Brawl.
Shmeon looking to step in, and of course, with the Grasp of the Undying, is going to look to build up that max HP that, while it might not matter as much to the Gwen, is still going to be important for the rest of the Emrys members.
Oh, nice.
And all of these blobs spawning. Yeah, level 2 hit first, so Cold Rose not going to have the very greatest of times. Early aggression from a Corki is nothing to be sniffed at nowadays. Obviously, we're old gamers, so we remember when Corki basically did nothing until like level 11. But that is not the Corki that exists now. He actually does have some very nasty trading. You just walk forwards with the Gatling gun active.
Your numbers are just better, especially against a little dragon in that mid lane. Not able to call for mum for help yet. Obviously, wave clear will get a little bit better for Xiaomi as the game goes on. I think Zephyr is going to struggle a little bit in the short range versus the Ashley, Udyr, and this Zac. Maru, though,
Maru moving in.
Immediately. With the invade, spotted out on the wards, going over the wall, still trying to find something onto Gosling. Shreon is here. Cold Rose has significant health advantage, but doesn't have the line anymore with these top lane changes just a season ago. Flash is forced by Gosling onto Maru.
And the fact is that the push right now has been or the farming rather, for Maru has been way slower. He was actually able to take away that camp, I believe, with the smite. But not going to come out the better from this one. Look how quickly Ryan Gosling has been able to do his first clear. May well be able to get the double scuttle to boot as well.
This is the thing with Udyr. The champion just clears shockingly fast once you get that Frost Tornado Cryo Phoenix form.
Wingborn Storm.
Wingborn Storm. Look at you. You're doing my job for me.
Yeah, I still remember. Old Udyr was so much easier. Phoenix Dance. Let's go.
Looks like the double scuttle dream is coming true for Ryan Gosling. Also going to be about a quadrant ahead lap-wise here. With Maru only just taking their wolves as they begin to respawn for Ryan. Shmeon taking a bit of a bad trade here, despite having the wave advantage.
Really is just trying to get the wave in here. Although, of course, the minions are going to do a good amount of work for him. As you see, with all of those blobs secured, Cold Rose ends up actually pretty much even in terms of health.
Yeah. Doesn't quite get the crash off. Ooh, snip from Gwen is such a nasty ability. Even early on, since the Gwen changes. Once again, a bit like Corki in that sense, where you don't necessarily need to get to level 11 and get like 2 items complete on Gwen first to actually start hurting these low resistance tanks.
Definitely. We'll see Shmeon getting that recall off. A little bit of magic resist will go a long way. Of course, the true damage from the center of the snips will, of course, still do their work, but considering a majority of Gwen's damage is still magic.
Mm-hmm.
It will matter a lot. And of course, Shmeon's going to want to pick up Spectre's Cowl or potentially even a full Spirit Visage as early as possible. That said, maybe not, as Cold Rose, of course, as Gwen can do, has gone for the Ignite in this lane.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense into Zac specifically. Udyr as well. Fred's, they give themselves a decent amount of healing with that Conqueror. Makes sense on the Gwen as well. I guess they're just hoping, they're not really looking to access the Ashe or the Smolder in the same way as these fights. Normally you see Gwen go TP Ghost as well for these team fights. TP Flash is seen as like the low mobility option. TP Ignite here, it's really quite an interesting choice actually.
It just means that these champions, specifically Zac and Udyr, who are going to do a lot of healing, are kept on notice. There's 2 Ignites on this team, one for Ares, one for Cold Rose, and it feels to me like RIZE might be coming in a little bit slow here. Yeah, Zephyr's moving so much quicker. Scooby-Dooby-Doo has the flash if he needs it, but just gets burned down before it matters. First blood indeed for Zephyr.
So we see here RIZE just try and contest these little grubs when they don't have a timer for it, right? They've just been pushing on the mid lane. They've had priority in almost every other game this series, bar the first one, and they just don't respect the first move. 3 Void Grubs go out now. If we've known anything from the series, the next 3 are going to go over to RIZE. But Ryan Gosling not going to get the dragon in trade for once.
Yeah, Zephyr just walks straight down, ready to contest it. Xiaomei actually trying to step forwards and do that as well, not realizing the Smolder is not capable of contesting Zephyr. This Corki paying off massive dividends. Ryan Gosling flashes in, however, and the slows from the Wingborn Storm, especially when awakened, are going to be extremely nasty. Scooby-Dooby-Doo coming out from base as well to try and land the damage. Flashes forward. There is no exhaust available as well if they want to fully commit. Stun getting stacked up. It will get landed as DDD should be able to do the damage necessary to finish this one up. Ares might not be able to get up away as well. The grand entrance will allow for the escape as Cold Rose, I've seen this show before, gets the solo kill on the top lane.
Oh no, Cold Rose with a solo kill already. I mean, 20 odd CS lead as well. Xiaomei forced to hold on this bottom tower. You're losing out on both sides of the cross map here if you're RIZE. Oh, and that's a massive wage Shmeon's losing. The arrow will land. Ryan Gosling is going to try and run down this Gwen. Scooby-Doo is here as well, but Gwen's got nippy amount of mobility with the skip and slash. You do see Shmeon here. Cold Rose will surely end up falling in just a moment.
You have to imagine, yeah, there is literally no way out for this Gwen. Ryan Gosling able to pick that one up. We were talking about Cold Rose being scary, but that is 2 kills for this Udyr as well. So teams already knowing where their early advantages are being held and perhaps the places where they need to prioritize.
But it's give and take, right? That's a sort of an off-tempo play there, I fear, for RIZE, and you've now given Maru access to this dragon, right? Securing both the grubs and dragon early on. It's to quote a post I saw on Tumblr once, it's the sort of greed they talk about in the Bible. There's no way she should be allowed to have both those things. Especially with how the series being gone, they've been traded back and forth. Now the foot is firm, the shoe is firmly on Emma's foot here as they walk into the
Ryan Gosling
jungle.
Has the upgraded smite here, so it should be easy enough to pick up. Mom gets called, but DDD.
DDD gets caught out on the side. Scooby-Dooby-Doo running for the hills. Ryan Gosling running in, being a beefy boy. Stun will not land onto Ares. Meanwhile, Zephyr going over the wall, unafraid. This Corki powerhouse. Xiaomei forced to go over the wall. Ryan Gosling abandoned to their fate, trying to find one back, but they won't, and it's all falling apart. Bum clean as hell. Over the wall, double kill. Scooby-Doo.
They're trying to turn this one around.
Oh.
Scooby needs to be careful. DDD, though, will be in to secure it.
Messy play. Oh,
messy as hell.
I'm so scared. They're going to start whacking each other again. No, just a messy play in that bot side jungle, right? Overcommittal. Perhaps Shmeon
work.
Should be fine.
Okay.
This game has kept up the pace. It's kept up the pace of the last one.
Yeah, well, the pace went from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds, call it a sports car. And then it's calming down just a little bit as we head towards the 10 minutes. The advantage, of course, very much still there for Emirates. They've got the early objective. They have the early gold lead as well. But that is not to say that RIZE aren't looking perfectly fine. Cold Rose, no flash, no means of survival. You've got to think. Shmeon needs to be careful, though, as we got bodies coming in. Maru,
wait,
may well
everyone's
be able to
collapsing.
steal this one. He flashes to try and get in. Shmeon is able to heal up and dodge through. Zephyr is trying to get the damage down.
No
Shmeon
way.
flashes out with a pixel of health.
Criminal.
They're still coming through. Jamais is trying to join the play. Mom, not available, but he may just be able to knock down these extremely low
It's
health
Smolder
bars.
time!
There is the chew off the top. Shmeon is able to kill Zephyr. Jaume is still looking for the angle, but cannot find it. True Shot Barrage comes across, will not find anybody. And Ryan Gosling should be able to start off these grubs.
Oh
The
my
DDD
lord. Who's
picks
winning,
up
Brack?
a
I can't
plate
tell.
Mid.
I can't tell who's winning or what's going on. 3 members with absolutely no health under the turret. They managed to make the 1-for-1 happen onto Shmeon, but
I mean,
so much
in
is happening.
fairness, Shmeon was also on a pixel of health.
So yeah, that's true as well. That's true as well. But plates being picked up all across the map, no signs of control really in this aggression. It's all just all out for both teams, looking for every sort of advantage they can find, scrapping as much as they can. And that does mean Smolder does have 90 stacks by this 11-12 minute mark, right? When you fight a lot with Smolder early, obviously it's not going to provide that much power, but you're hitting a lot of champions with a lot of abilities.
Yeah, so I actually liken Smolder quite a bit to Victor in the way he executes. That farming is, the main way you get your stacks, but people forget that Victor, especially pre-rework, he got 25 hex core stacks per takedown, per kill or assist that he participated in. So it was very possible, and in fact, in a couple of my games, it happened that we'd have a level 1 fight, and I'd walk into lane with an evolve.
Hot damn.
Needless to say, it didn't go great for my lane opponents.
And we'll have to see if the Smolder stacks hold a similar sort of doom for Emirates here. What a messy game today. We do see Dragon coming up in a minute. The first Dragon didn't get taken for absolutely ages. Was eventually picked up by Emirates. Second one finally spawning. I think every other game we've seen Dragons taken almost on spawn every single time. This time though, yeah, a little bit less controlled. These players obviously feeling fatigued. 5 games is a long time. I know, I've been talking for that long. But they're obviously feeling the pressure. Both these teams maybe getting a little bit sloppy with it. Maybe feeling like they have to fight more and more. We see here that both teams. We see here Emirates getting the push in mid lane. Should be walking down river through that.
Smaller stacks are keeping good pace. As we see that the carries have been put into mid lane, despite no towers having actually fallen at this point in the game. I think this is more of a safety play, especially with Maru in mind. Catching on the side lane against the Rengar can spell doom and gloom very, very quickly. Ryan Gosling is going to be the first jungler to make it to this Ocean Drake. Maru is nearby, and there is a Blast Cone, however, so it's not like Emrys can't contest this.
Dragon has been started up now. Mayon on the flank. Zach can find these angles. Great, now picked up by Rise. Are they going to look for the re-engage? That's a knock up onto both carries. The arrow connects on the follow-up. Mother on the back line. Charmed up. DDD flashing for the hills. Mother provides the cover, but Cold Rose finds the kill. Either way, both ADCs are down, but Maru is unleashed.
Off.
Cold Rose, Cold Steel. That's... Two dead. It's only the ADCs and support picked up. Scooby-Doo will fall as well, but Dragon ultimately goes over to Rise.
Jamie just continuing trying to get these stacks off by hitting the champions in front of him. The fights are still chaotic as all hell. Emrys is still holding an advantage, albeit one is less than 2,000 gold. Towers yet to be taken. Grubs dead even. 1 Drake apiece. Emrys will be able to pick up Shelly as Zephyr picks up their first tower of the game in bot lane.
It's also worth
Ryan Gosling
noting
is nearby.
3,000 gold lead here for
Don't.
Emrys. 2 completed items on... Actually, completed items all across the board. We saw this up in game 1. We don't see that Triforce yet for Xiaomei in the mid lane. There's no hope of contesting that Herald. I think items probably going to be completed by the time next straight comes up. Maybe 2 items, though. Breakpoint's going to be the next important one for Emrys.
Yeah. Of course, we're also looking at a hell of a lot of Muramanas this game. 3 tiers stacking up for the Corki, the Ezreal, and the Smolder. We come on through, and 140 stacks. Smolder
Halfway
getting
there.
closer and closer to
More than
that
halfway.
execute threshold.
I mean, it's worth noting that Smolder execute threshold, it's good. It's really good still, obviously. It's what the champion does. But it's not the same auto-win condition as it was back in
On
the day,
release.
right? Like, on release, or
Yeah.
even for the next few patches after release, right? You no longer scale the execute further with the amount of stacks you have, I believe. Or your scale's significantly reduced. It's not quite just the same win condition. You cannot fight against this. So even if Smolder gets at 225 online, I still think there's a lot of scaling on the side of Emrys. You got the Gwen, should be able to tear through back. Meanwhile, Smolder's just dying
that
here.
was not wise, my friend, as you get absolutely pasted. 3 members. Ares pulls the trigger on a dime. Herald getting dropped towards the bot side as well. Mara goes forward.
Ryan Gosling trying to do what they can to hold the line, but 3 champions here versus your 2. Your Zaxxon in the top lane stuck there. Does have a teleport, someone to use it. Charge goes through, turret will not fall, but effective
the
Rift
hunt
Herald
online.
usage.
DD's got to be careful
Oh
here.
no, D in the mid lane. Dead. Rooted up, bum clean. Takes them down, does have to flash away because they got stunned up by that enchanted crystal arrow, but still gonna be just fine. It's another kill onto RIZE, and the game seems to be slipping out of their hands, slipping out of their control. Mario forced to run. Ryan Gosling trying their best to be anywhere they can, but the
Splash,
thing
right?
does land a knockup, but it's a 4 versus 2.
It's
Over
Corki damage. It's just disgusting.
Just too
Ryan
much,
Gosling
man.
tries to walk out. It is. As he is taken down as well. Zephyr. We find a champion on which he can have one hell of an impact. Trinity Force completed. Manamune has been finished, and he will only be moments away from the completed Muramana. He is poised to bring Emrys to a victory that a long time coming, considering what people might have thought coming into this series, how dominant they were going through the upper
Hell.
bracket. RIZE has fought them tooth and nail the whole way.
what we thought after that first game, right?
Yeah.
I know.
Again, we can't say it's over though, because RIZE have shown some very impressive resilience. Of
Indeed
course,
they have.
we're still waiting for the Smolder to hit the item thresholds.
Their
We're still
comp-
waiting Smolder to hit 225 for their comp to properly come online.
Yeah, their comp really does excel in these team fights, but look at those Muramanas. Both AD carries have them stacking up. Dragon's falling in 15 seconds. Maybe this is where you have to take the fight, but it looks like RIZE just looking to cross map instead. You gotta be careful in the spotting turret, Xiaomei. You got called out once in this position before. Don't do it again.
Right, the ult's already been used out from the Rengar.
Oh.
Thrill of the hunt coming forward. Yame is trying to flap back to the turret. Has the flash, will use it. And is
Teleports.
able to stay alive. Dragon now up as the tower goes down.
I'm not sure about that teleport from Shmael. Maybe just wanting to prevent a further redive. I think it's really greedy here if you play for this Drake as well from RIZE. Your Ashe isn't going to be there for the start of the fight. Reset up onto Shmael means any sort of engage is dispelled. Xiaomei's half health as well, doesn't have the mother to cool down. No fear of the hunt, but plenty of bushes.
TP now
Teleport
coming in.
through. Ares finds nothing. Maru found Xiaomei on the flank.
Dead.
Dive over the wall. Root comes through. This Smolder is no more.
Needles.
Pierced through the heart. Xiaomei had a wonderful series. Played brilliantly. Games 2, 3, and 4. Getting picked out Game 5. This Rengar finding him again and again and again. And Dragon will certainly go over to Emrys.
This all could have been avoided if RIZE didn't commit the TP. They didn't need to fight this Dragon. They are still waiting for Smolder to come online. He's got nigh on the stacks for the Manamune. He just needs to finish that item off, and it will be evolved alongside Zephyr and Bumclean's Manamunes. The question now, the advantage is growing to the point that when RIZE come online, is it even enough?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Really good question. Both Manamunes completed now. Dragon Soul stacking up. And Final Soul gonna hurt very, very bad if you get that soul picked up, or even just picking up those drakes. 12% AD and AP ain't no slouch. Xiaomei, once again, being bullied by Zephyr, who has found their footing again after a couple of difficult games, and now Ares engages. Gosling is so low, taken down. Xiaomei knocked up again. Zephyr, half health. No one's going, but Maru is unafraid. DDD is here. Mystic Shot, chunking out the little dragon. Root onto DDD. Bumclean looking for more, chunking them out. And RIZE forced away from this turret once again. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Cold Rose finding out Shmion, forcing out the flash. No more anti-heal for Gwen in the next trade, but still that flash, super important. One of the explosive engage tools from RIZE, a little bit less effective.
They will now relent. Emrys, their gold lead creeping up towards 10,000. 3 minutes on what would be soul point for them. Baron on the Rift. They are so strong right now. I feel like they could take it and will and dare RIZE to come and fight them, because it still feels like that they have not hit the points they need to.
It's so difficult. It's so difficult. I feel like even Emrys could probably play around this Baron. It's just so hard for them to walk in. Also worth noting, level advantage in the bot lane for Bumclean. Level advantages all across the board, almost. Mid lane, top lane, bot lane, those 3 carried. If we could have a look at the gold as well, production, please. It's almost a Flame Horizon in the top lane. Things just seem to be slipping out of RIZE's grasp entirely. 1.5 thousand in the top lane.
Mid lane is the true story.
4,000.
Zephyr has put on a fantastic Corki performance. Xiaomei, while he is still struggling to get these stacks, he's at 208. He is very close, but he is still not there. If Emrys are to pull the trigger right this moment, as they do, now RIZE have a quandary. They have a Smolder who is not ready to fight. They look like they still want to contest it.
I feel like they've got to. The pushing power of this Ezreal, threat of this Gwen on the sidelines as well. They are going to blow the teleport. Maybe there's a fight that could be taken here to shredded resistances, but yeah, Smolder looking for top wave here. 211, almost at that XP threshold.
DDD's alone again!
DDD's caught out, flashing away, will survive on the dive. And now the carries are isolated, but Zephyr, the dash away. Bumclean able to arcane shift as well. Re-engage from Smeon. So hard to find anyone, and despite the fact that DDD makes their way out, blows their flash, nothing is able to be found on the backside.
The Baron is denied away, though. Ryan Gosling now looking to step in. There is all of Zephyr's damage. Bumclean here as well.
No.
The Udyr, not all that tanky anymore. Scooby-Dooby-Doo is dropping down flashes. I don't know if it'll actually be enough here. Double kill for Bumclean. Shmion is also dropping down. Will go into the cell division. DDD can't do enough damage to help. Mom will get called across, but the Zac will drop. Ares is still alive for now. Triple kill for the Ezreal. Maru trying to chase down onto the Smolder. Xiaomei has to flash True Shot Barrage over the top. Now they can peel back for the Baron.
We see we see RIZE opt for the notorious We'd avoid it very much for the rest of the series, but they opt for the notorious one at a time strat. Picked apart by Emerus. The lead, I would say, at this point is almost insurmountable. Gwen, so close to her death cap. 3 items on this Corki, 3 items on this Ezreal. Horizon Focus Ezreal. I haven't seen that build before. That's kind of a cook. Dragon coming up. Soul points surely about to be claimed by this red Dragon team. I think the option, the window's closing.
This Dragon should be an easy pickup. So much so, they're just going to send Cold Rose to take it. Maru is nearby, but it's more important that, of course, they shepherd the Baron in case Ryze tries some kind of desperation play. At this point, Jaume surely has the stacks he needs, but
he does.
Still at 1.5 items, though. Not got a completed second item just yet, as opposed to the 3 items of Zephyr. He's also going to be very careful with Cold Rose and just open up on him.
Oh no. It's getting low, but the healing is too much. I was sort of holding my breath that entire time. Meanwhile, Ryan Gosling has been caught out, and I fear this Ryze comp just doesn't operate anymore. They had this idea of 3 beefy boys, followed up by 2 DPS carries, but the boys aren't beefy anymore, and the carries can't quite DPS. Far cry from Ryan Gosling's first game on this Udyr. Seemed unkillable, now seems very, very mortal indeed as the Baron goes over.
And all the while, the Baron indeed gets taken. Emrys say, Jochen Vauer make a recall. Now 12,500 gold in the lead. Shmeon going to get shredded down. Too tanky to take down, or maybe too much trouble for Zephyr to worry about taking down right now as the waves get shoved in. It's now only the base that remains. In fact, the inhibitor turret in bot lane is already down. It is just a matter of them now pushing in, playing it clean, and closing out the series. RIZE, if they're to do anything, it's at that point in the game, you are 12,000 gold down. It has to be a colossal fumble from Emrys rather than some god play out of RIZE, I feel.
Yeah, it really does. It really does.
Maru's here again.
Oh,
Jaume gets caught again.
Jaume is no longer here. Just taken to the Shadow Realm. I feel like, unfortunately, the only thing Small's going to be able to add to these team fights is that burn effect, which is not what you want from your mid laner. Still not finished up that second item. Cold Rose maybe going to try and get collapsed on. Shmeon dashed away from. And bot lane inhibitor in the sights of Emrys. Ryan Gosling, level 13 versus level 15 Zephyr carry. Scooby-Doo only level 9 at this 30-minute mark. Shmeon eating poke after poke. The missiles and the mystic shots so deadly from both these AD carries. Turrets slowly getting sieged down. There's no way they can approach this cannon minion. Ryan Gosling doesn't even try and go for the silence Ares. Knows that they'll be just dashed away from. Feels like it's all falling apart. Quite literally with the turrets here. Over the wall, Cold Rose finds an engage onto Shmeon. Will go down. That's one dead. Braum, Glacial Fisher will not save you. Xiaomei is gone. DDD is gone. Ryan Gosling left alive, but won't be able to do anything to stop in this victory march from Emrys. And they didn't make it easy for him. RIZE, massive, massive glow up. Really came together on the day, but it wasn't quite enough. In the end, Emrys finds the victory and will be declared our Division 2 champions.
Took him the long way around. The scenic route to the cup here for Emrys, but through the hills and the valleys, they eventually will make their way to the victory podium. Kudos. Especially, you've already said it, but kudos to RIZE for putting on such a amazing lower bracket run. It's heartbreaking that it goes to a game 5 and it doesn't go their way, but this is still a miracle run to be sung of. in the Four Nations going forwards. Fantastically played by them. Condolences that it was not enough on the day. And of course, jubilation, congratulation, and words ending in Asian for Emrys, who
Apart from
are your
commiserations, which go to
champions.
Rise.
Yes.
Huge congratulations to Emrys. And now we're going to start a quick break, just a couple of minutes, while we get Maru in for an interview, and then we're going to sign you off the final broadcast of UKL in 2024. We'll catch you. Don't go anywhere. You want to hear from their victors. We'll see you in just a sec.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies. The champions of the world that we defy. The solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Oh, last segment of the year. Oh, I'm getting a little emotional. We are here with Maru of Emrys Esports, of course, your Division 2 champions. Maru, welcome, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So, I want to start by what was the brain space of the team following game 3? Because obviously game 1 for you was a bit of a stomp. Game 2 was a bit of a reverse stomp. But what was the atmosphere like after you lost the third game?
I mean, at that point, you just felt like there was something wrong, something that is not going well, obviously. So we are a bit disappointed, obviously, because we showed a really good performance in the first game, as you saw. So we were like, we have to make changes at this point because, like, you know, it's either do or die moment.
And boy, did you.
Yeah. So we just decided to go on comfort picks and things that we are just comfortable playing and confident on.
At the end of the day, that's often all you need, right? Something's
yeah.
not going right. Return to, keep it simple, return to comfort, and I mean, it seems to have served you pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's a question as well. Did you expect Rice to put up this much of a fight heading into the series? Like you said, you showed a lot game one. You felt very proud of that. Because I think Rise were very much the underdogs heading into here, right? Obviously, lower bracket run. Well, do you feel like there's any player on Rise in particular who stepped up?
A player in particular? you
Or
said?
anything that they've... Do you think... Did they particularly impress you?
I mean, yeah, I guess, because like we expected 200 Bandits to be back on the grand finals, obviously. So you weren't expecting Rise, but we have played against them in the regular season, and then we beat them twice. But yeah, they put up a good fight, I would say. They had some really like good picks that we just couldn't deal with, that we just had to ban out at the end of the day, like the Maokai or the Renata. So yeah, I would say they did put up a good fight. Yeah.
Worthy opponents indeed. Looking forwards from here, then, obviously, champions of Division 2. One must assume that you're looking forwards to a potential advancement to Division 1. But beyond that, do you have any other plans, outside of Christmas for the rest of the year?
I mean, not really much. I can't really tell you. I am a bit like in the dark for my like career, because like I don't know if I'm gonna stay with Messi or not. So that's something to see for the future. But as you said, it's still not over because they still have, or we still have to go through the promotion against like the Div 1 teams. So we'll sort it out, and then I guess we'll see. Hopefully we win. We'll come back.
Any
and form.
strong? How do you think? I mean, obviously, with the back of that series, kind of feeling pretty good. How would you rate your chances against the Div 1 teams you might have to face?
I think as long as we keep practicing and playing as we played, like every single, like best of 3 or best of 5, I think it's gonna be completely all right. We just have to play like how we play usually, and that's it. I don't think we have to change anything, honestly. I think we have a pretty good chance at winning.
Great to hear. Anyway, do you want to make any shout outs while you've got the airtime before we let you go?
Shout out to Wolf, the best coach ever, and Alex for destroying the top lane. Actually, he played really well, and obviously Zephyr, my guy. He was like following my plays and listening to my invades.
That was a game 5. Man was playing like he had something to really lose.
I
mean, yeah, I guess, but we just give it our best, and that's it.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Mario. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, and we're just going to sign off on the stream. Thank you so much for joining me, Brack, on this wonderful, wonderful 5-game series. Didn't expect it to go all the way.
You can't hope for anything more, really, as a caster, can you?
Of course not. Well, I can hope that my throat, I wouldn't have to come back into 5 hours of broadcast, but No, actually, I'm really honored and really privileged to have been able to cast this series. And I'm really privileged to have shared this journey with you guys through Division 2 playoffs. But unfortunately, that's going to be all for us tonight.
Also, if I don't see some spam in the chat of thank you, Goat, to Zoe for all of the work she's done throughout playoffs, then, heads are going to roll. I know where you all live.
I'll go bright red. Oh, I said, but no, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. And I get to see this outside. So, for the last time this year, this has been the UKL. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.